Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story, The Wind Over Slate Ridge. The wind came first, always first, scraping across the grey throat of the mountain like a blade-testing stone. Eleanor Hale felt it through the walls of the converted tool shed that served as Slate Ridge's schoolhouse, felt it rattle the loose window panes and whistle through gaps in the timber frame. She'd been here 3 weeks, and already she understood that the wind was not weather but presence, a third party to every conversation, every thought. The children before her, 11 of them, ages 7 to 14, watched her with the patience of those accustomed to disappointment. Their hands bore the calluses of young labourers. Their eyes tracked not her carefully prepared arithmetic problems on the slate board, but the light changing beyond the window, the shift in air pressure that meant the mountain was moving, settling, preparing its daily violence. Miss Hale? The smallest girl, Ada, raised a dirt-creased hand. My pa says the northeast face is showing cracks again, says it'll come down before spring. Eleanor set down her chalk. This was the 3rd time this week a lesson had been interrupted by geology, by the mountain's moods and prophecies. In Boston, such interruptions would have been discipline problems. Here, they were survival. "What do the cracks look like?" she asked. Ada's face brightened. Vertical, running with the grain, deep enough to fit a hand. "And what does that tell you?" "That the stone's under stress, that it wants to move." Eleanor nodded, her heart performing a small traitorous leap. This was learning, not the rote memorization she'd been trained to deliver, but observation, deduction, the marriage of eye and understanding. She turned to the board and began sketching the mechanics of stone fracture, the vocabulary of tension and compression that these children already knew in their bones but had never seen named, dignified by geometry. She didn't notice him at first. Jonah Reed, standing in the doorway with his shoulders blocking most of the weak afternoon light. When she finally turned, his presence struck her like a physical force. He was perhaps 35, his face weathered to the same grey as the quarry stone, his eyes the colour of winter sky. He held his hat in hands that looked capable of breaking or building with equal facility. "Mr. Reed." She heard the unwanted formality in her voice, the eastern crispness that marked her as foreign here. "Can I help you?" "Came to fetch the Bennett boys, slide on the south tier." His voice was low, abraded by wind and dust. "Their father wants them home before dark." 2 children rose without question, gathering their meagre possing's with practised efficiency. Eleanor watched them go, watched Jonah Reed's eyes pass over her makeshift geological diagram with something that might have been interest or might have been contempt. She couldn't yet read the local silences. "You're teaching them stonework," he said. Not a question. "I'm teaching them to see what they already know." His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "And you learned this where?" "Boston." "Books, mostly, and observation." She met his gaze, refused to apologize for her education. "I understand you think that's insufficient. I think the mountain doesn't care what books say." He settled his hat back on his head. "But I also think Ada's right about those cracks. And I heard what you told her about stress fractures. That was accurate." It was the smallest of concessions, but Eleanor felt it warm something in her chest. She nodded, and he left, and the wind came howling back into the space he'd vacated. That night, in her boarding room above the general store, Eleanor stood at the window and watched the quarry settlement hunker down against the cold. Lamplight made yellow squares in the darkness. Somewhere, men were drinking and gambling away their exhaustion. Somewhere, children slept under thin blankets. Somewhere, Jonah Reed was doing whatever it was quarry foreman did when the day's danger had passed. She pressed her palm against the cold glass. She had come here fleeing irrelevance, the genteel suffocation of her aunt's Boston parlour, where her education was ornamental and her opinions unwelcome. She'd imagined herself useful, necessary, a figure of transformation in the wilderness. Instead, she felt like an artifact, something fragile and possibly fraudulent. But Ada had listened, and Jonah Reed had called her accurate. It was enough. For now, it was enough. The mountain's lessons came hard and fast. Eleanor learned to read the weather in the colour of the stone, the quality of the wind. She learned which men could be trusted and which were made cruel by fear. She learned that survival here was not individual but collective, an intricate web of dependencies where a single broken thread could kill. And she learned to watch Jonah Reed. He moved through the quarry like water finding level, his attention everywhere at once. He could read stone the way she read books, understanding not just what was present but what was implied, what was coming. She began timing her walks to coincide with the shift changes, telling herself it was educational, that she needed to understand the rhythms of this place to teach its children. It was partially true. One raw morning in early November, she found him alone on the eastern rim, staring down at a section of cliff face that gleamed wet in the thin sunlight. She approached carefully, boots crunching on loose shale. "That's not stable," she said. He didn't startle. "No." The strata are tilted. See how the layers don't run true? There's a fault line cutting through. Probably old, probably been there for centuries, but it's active. That moisture isn't from rain. Jonah turned to look at her. Really look at her. Not the polite half attention he'd offered before. "You see that from here?" "I see the pattern. The rest is inference." She moved closer, close enough to smell the stone dust on his coat, the faint tang of black powder. "What are you seeing?" "The way the mountain breathes." He gestured toward the wet stone. "That seep started 3 days ago. The old men say it means nothing, that the mountain's been weeping since their grandfather's time. But I think it's moving, settling into something new. Do you trust the old men?" "I trust the mountain." He paused. "But I'm starting to think your books might help me hear it better." Something shifted between them then, subtle as a change in air pressure, profound as a crack running deep. Eleanor felt it in her pulse, the sudden acute awareness of her body in space, of his proximity, of the vast drop behind them, and the cold wind pressing them toward dangerous ground. "I could show you," she said, "the mathematics of it, the geometry." "I'd like that." They began meeting in the evenings. In the schoolhouse after the children had gone, Eleanor would spread her books across the rough tables while Jonah brought specimens, chunks of granite, samples of quartz-veined slate, fragments that told the mountain's history. She taught him the language of geology, and he taught her to read the subtle signs that books couldn't capture. The smell of stressed stone, the particular echo of a hollow space, the way sound changed when a crack was forming. Their fingers touched over diagrams. Their breath mingled in the cold air when they bent over the same sample. They were careful not to acknowledge it, this growing current between them, but it charged everything. Every explanation, every shared discovery, every moment of understanding achieved in tandem. One night, working late over a particularly complex stratigraphic map, Jonah spoke into the silence. "My wife died in a slide 4 years ago." His voice was steady, factual. She was bringing lunch to the cruise. Wrong place, wrong time. The mountain took her in seconds. Eleanor's hand stilled on the paper. "I'm sorry." "Everyone's sorry. That's what they say when the mountain kills." He looked at her, his eyes dark in the lamplight. "But I'm telling you because you should know. This place takes things, and I've learned not to want what can be taken." The implication hung between them, heavy as falling stone. "I understand," Eleanor said, though her throat felt tight. I came here because I needed to matter, to be tested, to choose something real instead of having my life chosen for me. But I'm beginning to think that desire itself is dangerous here. It is. He stood, began gathering his coat. Then he stopped, turned back to her. But I can't seem to stop wanting to see you, to hear what you think, to watch you teach those children that their observations matter. He paused. That's dangerous too. He left before she could respond. The wind took the warmth of his presence, replaced it with cold. Eleanor sat alone in the lamplight, her heart a wild thing in her chest, and understood that she was lost. Already. December brought snow and paranoia. The unstable northeast face that Ada's father had worried over began showing new cracks, hairline fractures that Eleanor mapped obsessively, comparing them to the geological survey she had ordered from the territorial office. The mathematics were clear. The face would fail. Not today, perhaps not this year, but inevitably, catastrophically. The town elders disagreed. The mountain's been standing since the Bible was written, old Thomas Carmichael declared in the general store loud enough for everyone to hear. I've worked that face for 40 years. If it were going to come down, it would have done it already. Rock memory doesn't work that way, Eleanor had replied, unable to stop herself. The stresses accumulate. Just because something has held for 40 years doesn't mean it will hold for 41. The room went cold. These men had survived by trusting their instincts, their experience, their father's wisdom. She was asking them to trust equations instead, to believe in invisible forces and theoretical models. She was asking them to fear what they'd never feared before. Jonah stood at the back of the store, silent. His face gave nothing away. That night she confronted him outside the boarding house, her breath making ghosts in the frozen air. You know I'm right. You've seen the same patterns I have. I've seen patterns before, he said carefully. Been wrong before too. This is different. The data. He said it gently, but she heard the distance in it. Eleanor, these men have families. They've got quotas to fill, debts to pay. If we shut down the northeast face on speculation, people starve. You're asking me to choose between your mathematics and their survival. I'm asking you to prevent their deaths. Are you certain? His eyes were hard now, challenging. Certain enough to stake lives on it. Because that's what you're asking me to do. She wanted to say yes. The numbers were clear, the trajectory obvious. But standing there in the cold, watching his breath mingle with hers in the darkness, she felt the weight of responsibility like a physical thing. She'd been so sure of her relevance, her purpose. Now she was being asked to prove it with consequences she couldn't fully imagine. I'm certain, she whispered. Jonah nodded slowly. Then I'll talk to the crews. But Eleanor, if you're wrong, you'll need to leave. This town won't forgive being made afraid for nothing. And if I'm right? His smile was sad. Then we'll bury fewer men. But you'll still have made them afraid. Sometimes there's no winning against the mountain. He left her there, and she watched him disappear into the darkness, feeling the first true cold of doubt. 3 days later, a minor slide took down a tool shed on the northeast face. No one was hurt. It happened during the night shift change. Pure luck. But the message was clear. The mountain was moving. The town's response was not gratitude, but resentment. She'd been right, yes. But being right meant confronting their vulnerability, acknowledging that the old ways might be insufficient. Men stopped meeting her eyes. Parents kept their children home from school. Even Ada avoided her in the store. And Jonah became distant, polite, professionally courteous. He consulted her maps, implemented her recommendations, but the warmth was gone. He'd chosen duty over desire, safety over feeling, and she couldn't blame him. She could only ache. On Christmas Eve, sitting alone in the schoolhouse, Eleanor drafted her letter of resignation. She would return to Boston, to irrelevance and safety. She had tried to matter and had only succeeded in making herself the symbol of fear and change. Better to leave them to their comfortable certainties, their old patterns, their chosen blindness. She sealed the letter as snow began to fall, heavy and silent, blanketing the mountain in white. The sound came at dawn, a deep groan like the earth, clearing its throat. Eleanor woke to it, her body knowing before her mind did that this was catastrophe. She dressed in seconds, running into streets already filling with frightened people. The northeast face, the entire northeast face, was preparing to fail. The slide hadn't happened yet, but it was coming. She could see it in the way the snow was shifting, the unnatural bulge in the cliff wall, the hairline cracks suddenly gaping wide. Hours, maybe. Perhaps only minutes. Jonah was already there, organising evacuations with the grim efficiency of a man who'd done this before. He saw her and something flickered in his eyes. Relief or regret, she couldn't tell. "How long?" he asked. She studied the face, her mind racing through calculations. The main fracture is propagating along the fault line. See there? She pointed to where a crack was visibly widening, stone grinding against stone with a sound like distant thunder. When it reaches that dolomite layer, the whole mass will go. We have to redirect it. Can't redirect a mountain. No, but we can change where it falls. She grabbed his arm, pulled him to a makeshift map table where her surveys were pinned. Look, if we collapse this support column here, the mass will shift east into the old quarry pit instead of west into the settlement. It's already hollow from previous mining. It can take the load. Jonah studied the map, his jaw tight. That's an intentional blast on unstable ground. Could trigger the whole thing early. Kill whoever sets the charges. I'll do it. The hell you will. I'm the one who understands the engineering, and I'm the one who knows how to set charges. His hand closed over hers on the map, firm and warm. "But you're right about the redirect. Thomas," he shouted to the old foreman. "Get the men clear. East side only. We're bringing down the support column." The next 2 hours were chaos and precision braided together. Eleanor calculated exactly where to place the charges, while Jonah and his most trusted men hauled black powder and fuses up the treacherous face. She watched from below, her heart in her throat as he moved across stone that groaned and shifted beneath him. "Jonah!" she screamed as a chunk of cliff broke free, tumbling past him by inches. He didn't look back. He couldn't. Every ounce of his attention was on the placement, the timing, the prayer that her mathematics were as sound as her conviction. When the charges were set, he came down faster than she'd ever seen anyone move on stone, sliding and jumping with controlled recklessness. He hit the ground running, grabbing her hand and pulling her behind the reinforced barrier they'd erected. "Light it," he ordered his second. The fuse sparked, raced upward, disappeared into the mountain. Jonah's hand tightened on hers. She pressed against him without thinking, feeling his heart hammering against her shoulder blade. The explosion was small, precise, exactly what was needed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire northeast face exhaled, a vast settling groan, and came down in a controlled collapse that filled the old pit with thunder and stone dust. When the dust cleared, the settlement stood untouched. The mountain had been redirected, its violence channeled into emptiness instead of lives. The silence was profound. Then someone cheered, and someone else, and suddenly the whole town was shouting, crying, embracing. Eleanor found herself swept up in it, hands clasping hers, voices thanking her. But all she could see was Jonah, standing apart, watching her with an expression she couldn't read. She pushed through the crowd to him. "You trusted me," she said. "I did. You could have died. Yes." His hand came up, cupped her face with a gentleness that made her tremble. His thumb brushed stone dust from her cheek. "Seems I've learned to want what can be taken after all." The The crowd was dispersing, families retreating to their homes, men already talking about clean-up and salvage. Jonah took her hand and led her away from it all, up the eastern path to a small shelter carved into the mountainside. A foreman's lookout, she realised. A place where someone could watch the quarry and be alone with the wind. Inside it was dim and cold but sheltered. He lit a lamp, and in its flickering light she saw him clearly for the first time. Not the careful foreman, not the grieving husband, but the man beneath, raw and present and wanting. Eleanor. Her name in his mouth was a prayer and a question. She answered by closing the distance between them, her hands finding his face, his jaw rough beneath her palms. I'm not leaving. I'm staying. Whatever this is, whatever it costs, I choose it. His kiss was not gentle. It was hunger held too long in check, fear transmuted into need. Two people who'd learned to trust falling into something deeper than safety. She gasped against his mouth, and he pulled her closer, his hands spanning her waist, then rising, to the buttons of her coat. Are you sure? He asked, his voice ragged. Because if we do this, there's no going back to careful. No more pretending we can keep this professional. I stopped pretending weeks ago. She pushed his coat from his shoulders, feeling the solid strength of him beneath the layers. I want this. I want you. I want to be chosen and to choose, right here, right now, with full knowledge of the consequences. What followed was both education and surrender, an exploration conducted with the same intense focus they'd brought to the mountain, but directed inward, toward each other. She learned the topography of his body, the scars that marked where stone had cut him, the particular catch in his breath when she touched him just so. He learned her in return, with hands that knew how to be both powerful and precise, mapping her with a reverence that made her feel both fragile and essential. There was no bed, only blankets he'd spread on the floor of the shelter. The stone was hard beneath them. The wind howled outside, and neither of them cared. This was not comfort, but necessity. Two people who'd spent too long alone coming together with the force of everything they'd resisted. When he moved over her, into her, Eleanor understood finally what the mountain had been teaching her all along. That safety was an illusion. That the only true choice was whether to meet life's dangers with courage or fear. She chose courage. She chose him. She chose this moment where pleasure and risk were indistinguishable, where surrender was power and vulnerability was strength. After, lying in the circle of his arms with their breathing synchronized and the lamp burning low, she felt transformed. Not softened, but tempered, like metal that's been forged and is now both flexible and strong. I love you, she said, because it was true and because there was no reason left to hide it. I love you, and I'm terrified, and I'm not sorry for either. Jonah's arms tightened. Around her. I love you too, and I'm learning to be glad of it, terror and all. Outside, the mountain settled into its new configuration, stable at last. Spring came late to Slate Ridge, but when it arrived, it brought green to the grey. Small, tenacious plants that grew in the cracks and hollows where stone met soil. Eleanor stood at the quarry's edge in the pale dawn, watching the work crews prepare for the day's blast. Beside her, Jonah made notes in the journal they now kept together, a record of observations both geological and practical, a marriage of theory and experience that had become essential to the quarry's operations. The southern tiers showing stress, she said, pointing to a section of cliff face where the strata bent just slightly out of true. Not immediate, but worth monitoring. Agreed. He made the note, then looked up at her with a small smile. Remember when you first got here, how the men thought you were frivolous? I remember thinking this place would kill me. She leaned into his shoulder, comfortable with the casual intimacy they'd earned. Turns out it just remade me. Remade both of us. It was true. In the month since the slide, everything had shifted. The town no longer saw her as an outsider, but as the woman who'd saved them, though she knew that wasn't quite accurate. She'd provided the mathematics. They'd provided the courage to trust them. It was collaboration, not salvation. And Jonah had stopped trying to keep the mountain and his heart in separate chambers. He'd learned that thought and feeling could coexist, that vulnerability wasn't weakness, but a different kind of strength. They were married in early summer, in a simple ceremony at the schoolhouse, with half the town in attendance. Ada had woven her a crown of dried mountain sage. Thomas Carmichael had stood up and apologised formally for doubting her. Eleanor had cried, which surprised no one, and Jonah had stood steady beside her, which surprised no one either. Now they lived together in a small house at the settlement's edge, close enough to hear the mountain, far enough to have privacy. She still taught, but her curriculum had evolved. Geology and literature, mathematics and moral philosophy, all woven together in ways that made sense to children who lived where the abstract met the concrete every day. And in the evenings, she and Jonah mapped the mountain together, planning routes that would be safe, identifying dangers before they materialised. They were making the quarry better, not safe. It would never be safe, but more intelligent in its risks. "What are you thinking?" Jonah asked, studying her face. "That I'm happy, and that happiness feels more honest here than it ever did in Boston, because here it's earned." She turned to face him fully, the wind pulling at her hair. "That I chose well. So did I." He kissed her, brief and sweet, then returned his attention to the cliff face. "Come on, we have work to do." They walked down together toward the quarry, two figures moving in practiced synchrony across dangerous ground. Behind them, the schoolhouse windows caught the rising sun. Below them, the work crews gathered for the day's labour. And all around them, the mountain, vast, indifferent, utterly itself, held them all in its grey embrace. The wind came as it always did, but now when Eleanor felt it, she didn't brace against it. She simply stood firm and let it pass through her, another element in the landscape she'd learned to call home. They had been tested. They had chosen each other despite the risks, or perhaps because of them, and that choice, renewed each morning in the wind over Slate Ridge, was its own kind of permanence, not the false safety of avoiding danger, but the true strength of meeting it together, with eyes open and hearts willing. It was enough. It was everything. Undercover playlist. Eli Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he'd moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. Watch it. Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. Some of us actually have responsibilities. Sorry. Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. Let me... Don't. She snatched the papers away. I've got it. He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it back. The Soundpost entry. 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. "You're new," she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. Transfer? Yeah. Eli Carter. You're Maya, she frowned. How do you know that? It's on your papers. Right. She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive. She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. Dude, you already met the Bowen. That's either very lucky or very cursed. The Bowen? Maya Bowen runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than The Economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe. Tyler grinned. Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So you're screwed. If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. Analysing indie pop evolution, she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade. I actually know a bit about music, Eli offered. Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain. Something like that. She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres but specific producers on the track she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. Huh, she said, maybe you're not completely hopeless. It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway, a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. This is incredible, Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. You've documented everything. Music is memory, Maya said simply. People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie. She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. Want to hear something? What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. You play? Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. A little. They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. Not bad, Carter, Maya said, and for the first time, he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one. He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship. Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all, Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static Noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent making noise in Tyler's garage. Bro, you're holding back, Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird. Just trying to fit in. Yeah, about that. Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. Where'd you get this? Music store. They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage. Tyler studied him. You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, we could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats. That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. Question, Maya said, suddenly serious. Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound? No, Eli answered without thinking. I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing, even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise, you're not really creating anymore. You're just maintaining a brand. Maya looked at him for a long moment. You know what, Carter? You might actually get music. She started packing up her violin, and Eli realized with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. Same time Monday? Definitely. Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. Dude, I know who you are. His blood went cold. Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated. Very complicated, Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, not bad, Carter, about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent light seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. I didn't sleep, Tyler announced without preamble. I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes. Keep your voice down. Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of Gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me. Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read. Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. It's not like that. Then what's it like? The question followed him through the morning. What was it like exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things, normal things, things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the Soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from Anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. Maya Bowen, she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. We need to discuss your love life. What love life? Maya didn't look up from her notebook. The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles. Sophia? Maya? Sophia turned to Eli. What are your intentions with my best friend? We're doing a project. Projects. That's what they call it these days. Maya kicked Sophia under the table. Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance. Everything is romance, Sophia declared. Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the vampire show? Eli nearly choked on his water. Where did you hear that? Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. Entertainment tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste, someone who could challenge him creatively. The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. Want to go somewhere other than the library? Today? Sure. She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. My parents died here, she said without preamble. Car accident 3 years ago. Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am. She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. You know? Yeah, he said quietly. I know. Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame? She glanced at him. Do you think that's fair? The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing? Maybe not. How do you tell the difference? You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation. Maya was quiet for a long moment. You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise. Music is never just background noise, he said without thinking, then caught himself. I mean, to people who really care about it. Exactly, she smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings. That's not embarrassing, that's beautiful. Really? Really. Music as emotional cartography. That's brilliant. The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feelings started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. Take it, Maya said. I'll wait. Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. Progress report, his father said without greeting. Everything's fine. Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents? No incidents. Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos. Dad? This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted, but don't forget what's real. What's real? Eli looked back at Maya, sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. I understand, he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. Work stuff, she asked. Family stuff. Everything okay? Yeah. She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. I wrote something for the project, but also not for the project. The paper contained lyrics, simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya, this is incredible. It's stupid. It's not. He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. Do you have a melody for it? Maybe. Want to work on it together? Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. "Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics. Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter." High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night, Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. "Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you?" "Yeah. What are you going to do?" Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. "I don't know. Want some advice?" "Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow." The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. "You're getting better," Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognise his style. "Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity." "I'd know mediocrity. This is something else." She studied him like she studied music, searching for the truth beneath the performance. "Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go, music or life." The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway. The rare ones, with his signature. Which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on." Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pick 3 days ago. "So what?" Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. "Maybe someone's just a collector." But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. "You need to be more careful. I lost one guitar pick. People lose things. Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before what? Maya's smart enough to figure it out? Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realises you've been lying to her face for weeks." That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics. In my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog post from Anonymous Melody intensified. What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognise? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters? Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM, you make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger. Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something. Symptoms of friendship. In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that. It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. "Your son?" "Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name." Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. "Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you." "What did you tell her?" "I told her she was overthinking things. But Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect?" The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. "I know your secret." She held up a printed page. "I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them." Eli's heart stopped. "You're moonlighting as Static Noises guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good." Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. "Yeah," he said carefully, "just trying to keep a low profile." "Well, your secret's safe with me. Though," she glanced at Tyler, "I might want to interview the band for the paper." That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage, band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the static noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer, but she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. "You really don't sing?" Maya asked during a break. "I leave that to others," Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. "Pity, you have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain." How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. "Can I tell you something weird?" "Always." "Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow, like I've heard them in a dream or something. Maybe you're just that intuitive about music, or maybe you're just that intuitive about me." The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. "I should go," Maya said, but she didn't move. Yeah, me too. Neither of them moved. Tomorrow? Maya asked. Library? Or the memorial? Let's go somewhere new. Okay, somewhere new. She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travelled to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter. Some secrets, Eli realised, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. You're punctual, she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. That's something. Mrs. Bowen. Grace, and I'll be direct. She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the sound post, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge. Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognise patterns. Patterns like famous people's, children hiding in plain sight, like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary, like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening. She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son. Wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not. The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me. Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time. Enough to stop lying to her? The question landed like a physical weight. I want to. I'm just... God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She's spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her? That your proof her hypothesis was wrong? Grace smiled slightly. Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits. She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. 2 people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along. She traced the edge of the photo. We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be. What happened to the band? Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects. Grace tucked the photo away. But the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does if you let it. They sat in silence for a moment. She's planning something for your birthday, Grace said finally. Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend. After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? I found something I want to show you. The something turned out to be an old music room, forgotten in the renovations that had modernized the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. "How did you find this place?" Eli asked. "I'm good at finding hidden things." Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. "I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity." She turned to face him, something determined in her expression. "I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening." Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. "Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think," she took a breath, "I think I'm falling for you anyway." The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. "What if," he said carefully, "what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff? Then I'd want to know, all of it." Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathless and triumphant. "Maya, you need to come with me. Now. There's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about..." She noticed Eli, skidded to a stop. "Oh, sorry. But Maya, this can't wait." Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. "Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary." After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. "To be continued?" "Yeah, definitely continued." But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface, it was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal, something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. "Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real." But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. "Eli, we have a problem. Actually, several problems. Sophia knows, she actually knows, and she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself, or she's going to do it for you." "How did she..." "Does it matter? Man, this is spiraling. Fast." Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly, and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. "Sophia found these in the computer lab printer," Maya said without preamble. "Someone forgot to collect them yesterday." Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. "Maya, I can explain..." "Can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives." Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. "Please, can we go somewhere private?" She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "The music room, 5 minutes." The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. "My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist. Maya's expression remained carefully blank. At first, I just wanted to get through it, to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you, and decided to lie to me for months, and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction. I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you, not Eli, but Jackson, to Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died. The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. It was real, he said quietly. Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life. She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. How am I supposed to believe anything you say now? The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathing hard, with Tyler right behind her. Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak, Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot. Tyler added, and Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus. Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. Congratulations, your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself. She walked toward the door, paused. For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good, better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been. She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. Eli, Tyler said gently, we need to get you out of here. But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to Anonymous Melody. Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye. The final word felt like a door, closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving. Dad, wait. You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school? A girlfriend who's been publicly criticising your work? Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected. At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me. He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that. The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. That was quite a performance, she said. It wasn't meant to be a performance. Just the truth. Finally. The truth, she repeated, testing the word. You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep. They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. I'm leaving, Eli said. My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates, but I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya was quiet for a long moment. What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know? She smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous melody, as you. All of me. All of you. 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin. because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, if some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. The last runway light. The desert heat made mirages of everything. Sarah Olson watched them shimmer across the tarmac as she pulled her rental car into the gravel lot of Meridian Field. If you could call 3 hangars and a single runway a field. The place looked like ambition's graveyard. Paint peeling from corrugated metal, windows opaque with dust, one windsock hanging limp as a broken promise. She'd come because the programme was affordable and the instructor had logged more hours than pilots half his age. She'd come because commercial aviation didn't care about the poetry of flight, only precision, repetition, and the muscle memory of competence. Meridian could give her that. What it couldn't give her was air conditioning. She stepped from the car into heat that struck like a physical thing. "You're early." The voice came from the shadow of Hangar 2. He emerged slowly, as if testing his welcome in the light. Tall, weathered, maybe 55, with the kind of economy in his movements that spoke of hard-won discipline. His eyes were the colour of dark thunderheads. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected. "If our session starts at 0600, it does." He extended a hand. David Carver. His grip was brief, calloused, impersonal. She'd read about him. Or rather, she'd found fragments online. Record-setting stunt pilot in his 30s, then nothing for 15 years, then this. A quiet instructor gig at the edge of nowhere. The gaps interested her less than the hours, 10,000 of them at least. "I assume you can follow instructions," he said. "I assume you can give them clearly." Something flickered in his expression, not quite approval, but acknowledgement. "Hangar 2. We'll start with ground school." The weeks that followed were austere, exacting, almost monastic. David taught as if flight were a language more precise than words, a grammar of physics, weather, and consequence. He praised nothing and corrected everything. When Sarah executed a perfect crosswind landing on her 3rd solo, he simply said, "Again." She learned to read him in small occurrences. The slight nod when she remembered to clear the pattern, the way he leaned back in the instructor's seat when her radio calls improved, the particular quality of his silence when she got something exactly right. There was a rhythm to their days that felt almost sacred. Dawn broke pink and gold over the desert, and they would be there already. Sarah running her pre-flight check while David reviewed the weather briefing with the same intensity he might bring to scripture. The Cessna 172 they flew was older than Sarah, its panels worn smooth by thousands of hands, but David maintained it with meticulous care. "An aircraft will forgive you many things," he told her during their 2nd week, his hand resting on the cowling, "but neglect isn't one of them." She learned that he'd rebuilt this plane himself over the course of 3 years, learned that he knew every rivet, every seam, every quirk of its particular engine. He taught her to listen, really listen, to the sound of the propeller, the quality of the vibration through the airframe, the subtle music of a machine operating at the edge of its capabilities. "Feel that?" he'd ask, his hand over hers on the yoke as they climbed. That's the stall warning. Not the horn, before the horn. The way the controls get soft, like they're asking permission instead of responding to command. Sarah felt it. More than that, she began to understand that David was teaching her something beyond the mechanics of flight. He was teaching her to be present, to notice, to develop the kind of attention that meant the difference between competence and mastery. Pre-dawn became their shared country. They met before the sun broke, when the air was still cooperative and the desert offered up coolness like a secret. He made coffee in a battered percolator that looked older than the aircraft. She brought pastries from the highway gas station, which he ate without comment. Words came slowly, if at all, but in the cockpit they spoke fluently, his hand occasionally steadying the yoke when she overcorrected, her instinct developing for when he wanted her to work through a problem versus when he needed her to listen. "You fly like you're afraid of wanting it," he said once, 40 minutes into a cross-country. Sarah kept her eyes on the horizon. "I fly like someone who can't afford mistakes. Those aren't the same thing. In my life they are." He didn't push. That was the thing about David. He left silence where other instructors stuffed advice. But she felt him thinking beside her, felt the weight of his attention even when his gaze was on the instruments. It was a Thursday evening, the sun dropping fast and turning everything copper, when the awareness shifted. They were reviewing her logbook in the hangar, standing close over the spread pages. He pointed to an entry and she leaned, in to see, and his shoulder brushed hers, and neither of them moved away. The contact lasted 3 seconds, maybe 4. Then he stepped back as if stung. "That's enough for today," he said, his voice rougher than usual. Sarah drove home with her hands tight on the wheel, her body humming with something that had nothing to do with altitude. The summer deepened. Sarah's hours accumulated. Solo time, night flying, complex maneuvers she could execute in her sleep. But what accumulated faster was the thing neither of them named. The gravitational pull that existed in proximity, in shared danger, in trust earned at 3,000 feet when the engine coughed, and he'd simply said, "You have it," and watched her bring them down with textbook calm. After evening sessions, when the heat finally broke, they began to linger. He'd lock the hangar and she'd still be there, and somehow they'd end up sitting on the hood of her car talking about her scholarship applications, about the airline, programs that wanted 90-day commitments and total geographic flexibility, about the future she was building with such careful determination. The conversation started surface level but deepened as the weeks passed. Sarah learned that David had grown up in Ohio, the son of a factory worker who'd never understood why anyone would want to leave solid ground. That he'd learned to fly at 17 with money saved from 3 part-time jobs. That his father had died never having seen him perform, which David said was probably a mercy given how the performing ended. She told him about her mother, who'd worked 2 jobs to keep Sarah in a decent school district. About the scholarship essay she had written at 14, mapping out her path to commercial aviation, with the certainty of someone who'd never been given the luxury of uncertainty. About the night her mother had told her, pride and terror mixed, that she'd applied to become an astronaut, and what a shame about her eyesight. "She wanted the moon," Sarah said, watching stars emerge in the darkening sky. "I just want to fly people safely from A to B. It probably sounds boring." "It sounds honest," David replied. "The moon is beautiful from a distance, but the people who need to get home, they're the ones who matter." It was the most she had heard him say about his own philosophy, and she understood then what the accident had done to him. Not broken him, but rebuilt him along different lines. Made him someone who valued return over departure, safety over glory. "Do you miss it?" she asked. "The stunts, the crowds?" He was quiet for a long moment. "I miss the certainty. When you're 20 feet off the deck doing a knife-edge pass, there's no room for doubt. You're either perfect or you're dead. It's binary, simple. And now? Now everything is grey. Every decision is a risk calculation with incomplete information. It's harder, but it's..." He paused, searching. "It's more real. The person I was at 30 couldn't have taught you anything worth knowing. He was all reflex and no reflection." Sarah thought about the man beside her. thoughtful, careful, present in a way that felt like a conscious choice rather than a default state. "I'm glad I got this version," she said quietly. When she looked at him, something had shifted in his expression. His eyes held hers for 3 seconds too long, and in those seconds, she felt the current that had been building between them suddenly surge into visibility. He stood abruptly. "It's late. You should get back before the road gets any darker." But his voice was rough, and when Sarah stood too, close enough that she could smell the particular combination of aviation fuel and desert heat that seemed to live in his skin, he didn't step away. "You'll get it," David said one night. "You're the kind of pilot they're looking for." "What kind is that?" "Competent, uncompromising, focused." "Sounds thrilling." He smiled, rarely but genuinely. "It's not supposed to be thrilling. It's supposed to be safe. And you hate that." "I respect it." He looked at her then, really looked, and something in his face was undefended. "I respect it because I used to be the opposite, and people got hurt." She'd wondered about the silences in his history, the years unaccounted for. What happened? David was quiet so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "I pushed too far on a stunt sequence. Low visibility, high stakes, ego higher than both. My wingman clipped a tower guide wire. Survived, but his career didn't. Neither did mine for a while." "That's why you stopped?" "That's why I learned when to stop." He slid off the hood, put distance between them. "It's the only thing I've gotten right since." But he'd gotten other things right, Sarah thought. He'd gotten her right. How to teach her, when to challenge her, when to simply be steady. He'd seen her not as potential to exploit or talent to claim, but as a person learning to trust herself in the air. The wanting started then. Not sudden, but surfacing. Acknowledgement of what had been building beneath every correction, every shared dawn, every moment his hand guided hers on the throttle. She told herself it was gratitude, transference, the predictable cliché of student and teacher. She knew, with the same certainty she knew how to read an altimeter, that it was none of those things. It was a Tuesday when everything shifted. She'd been practicing short field landings, and on the fourth approach, a dust devil materialized out of nowhere, a whirling column that grabbed the aircraft and shook it like a toy. Sarah's hands moved on instinct. Power, rudder, ailerons fighting for authority. For 3 seconds they were passengers. Then she broke through, wings level, and put the plane down hard but safe. "Good," David said when they taxied clear and his voice was shaking. So were her hands. They sat in the aircraft, engine ticking as it cooled. Neither moved. "I thought, Sarah," started, then stopped. "I know." His hand covered hers on the yoke, just for a moment. Just long enough for her to feel his pulse through his palm. "You did exactly right." When they climbed out, her legs were unsteady. He walked around the aircraft, checking for damage with methodical care. She watched his hands move over aluminum and fabric, capable, certain, and felt heat that had nothing to do with the sun. That night, she couldn't sleep. She lay in her rented room and replayed the moment. His hand on hers, his voice rough with something that wasn't just relief. The air between them that had felt charged, ionized, ready to spark. She wanted him, not as an instructor, not as a mentor, as a man she was absolutely, dangerously, unsurvivably in love with. The article appeared on a Wednesday. Sarah was reviewing weather charts when her phone lit up with a text from another student. "Have you seen this?" The headline, "Where Are They Now? The Fall of David Maverick Carver." The piece was part retrospective, part exposé, a detailed cataloguing of his stunt career, the accident, and questions about whether proper oversight had existed. There were insinuations about recklessness, about inadequate safety protocols, about incidents that had been quietly settled, and there was footage, a decades-old video of David pulling a barrel roll 50 feet off the ground, smoke trailing from his aircraft, a crowd screaming in delight. He looked young in it, fearless, alive in a way she'd never seen. The comments were brutal. When Sarah arrived at Meridian that afternoon, David's truck was in its usual spot, but the hangar was locked. She knocked. No answer. She found him at the far end of the runway, standing alone in the scrub, looking at nothing. "David." He didn't turn. "You should go home. We have a lesson scheduled." "Not anymore." Sarah walked until she stood beside him. Up close she could see the tension in his jaw, the careful blankness of his expression. "One article It's not one article." His voice was flat. "The FAA wants documentation I don't have. The insurance company's reviewing my certification. And you," he finally looked at her, "you need to find another instructor." "I don't want another instructor." "Sarah." Her name was rough in his mouth. "You're 3 months from program applications. You can't afford association with someone whose credentials are being questioned." "Let me decide what I can afford." "No." It was the voice he used when discussing non-negotiable safety limits. "I won't be the reason you lose this. You're not the reason for anything. You're the best instructor I've ever had, and I'm not walking away because someone dug up old footage to generate clicks. This isn't about loyalty." His control was fracturing, something raw showing through. "This is about your future, the one you've worked for. I won't touch it." "You already have," Sarah said, and immediately wished she could pull the words back. His eyes closed. "Then I'm sorry." When she left Meridian that day, she didn't know if she'd ever return. The investigation took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of silence from David, of watching her phone not ring, of lying awake and replaying their last conversation. The FAA found no cause for action. His credentials were solid, his recent record impeccable. The article's innuendo died in the noise of the next news cycle, but the damage was done. Sarah tried calling, texting. She drove to Meridian 3 times and found the place locked. David's truck gone. No sign of life except the desert wind moving through the empty hangars. Other students had scattered to different instructors. The field felt abandoned, a dream half remembered. She finished her hours with a competent professional instructor in Phoenix who praised her skills and asked no questions about where she'd trained before. The lessons were fine, perfectly adequate. She learned nothing and remembered everything. At night she lay in her efficient studio apartment and thought about David's hands on the controls, the way he'd said her name in the cockpit, steady, certain, like an anchor in rough air. The moment on the hood of her car when she'd known, absolutely known, that he felt what she felt and was choosing not to act on it out of some misguided nobility that made her want to scream. She'd been so angry with him, so hurt by his assumption that she couldn't navigate her own risks, make her own choices about what mattered and what didn't. But underneath the anger was something worse, the terrible fear that he was right, that she would look back on this in 10 years, established and successful, and realise she'd dodged a bullet. That the intensity she felt was just proximity and adrenaline, the predictable chemistry of student and instructor, and that David's withdrawal had been the kindest thing he could have done. She didn't believe it, but she feared it might be true. The acceptance letter from Phoenix came on a Tuesday. Sarah stared at it for an hour. This thing she'd wanted since she was young enough to think wanting something was enough to make it happen. 90 days, full immersion, direct pipeline to exactly the career she'd mapped out. She should have been celebrating. Instead, she booked a rental car for Saturday and told no one where she was going. Sarah received her acceptance to the accelerated training program in Phoenix. 90 days, housing included, direct pipeline to regional carrier interviews. It was everything she'd worked for. She was supposed to leave in 5 days. She drove to Meridian on a Saturday unscheduled. The gate was open, but the hangars were dark. For a moment, she thought he'd already gone. Then she saw the light. Not in the hangar, at the end of the runway. The approach light, the one that hadn't worked in months, was burning steady in the dusk. Sarah walked the runway's length. David was standing beneath the light, his toolbox open, looking up at what he'd repaired. "I'm leaving Thursday," she said. He nodded slowly. "Phoenix program, I heard. Congratulations. I came to say thank you and goodbye. You don't owe me either. David." She stepped closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in his face, the careful distance he was maintaining. "Why did you fix the light?" "Because it needed fixing." "Why tonight?" His hands flexed at his sides. "Because you deserved a proper runway for your last flight." "I'm not flying tonight. I'm here to tell you that you're wrong." "About?" "About protecting me. About deciding what I can handle." Her voice was steady now, certain. "About thinking I'd choose career over—" She stopped. He was looking at her like a man at the edge of a cliff. "Over what?" he asked quietly. "Over you." The words hung between them, irrevocable. Sarah. Her name was devastation. "You have to go to Phoenix." "I know. You can't. We can't." "I know that too." She closed the last distance between them. "But I need you to stop deciding what I'm strong enough to want. I need you to trust that I know what I'm choosing. If I've compromised your judgment—" "You haven't. You've clarified it." She reached up, her hand gentle against his jaw. "I see you, David. Not the pilot in that old footage. Not the scandal or the silence or the way you've spent 15 years being careful. I see you, and I'm choosing you anyway." His control shattered. His hands came up to frame her face, his thumbs tracing her cheekbones with a reverence that made her breath catch. "I'm 23 years older than you. I can count. I have baggage you don't even know about. Then tell me. I will wreck this. I wreck things. Then we'll rebuild." She leaned into his touch. "David, stop running." He kissed her like a man who'd forgotten permission existed. Like devotion. Like surrender. They barely made it inside. The hangar office was cramped, cluttered with charts and manuals and the accumulated debris of years. David's hands shook as he fumbled with the door, and Sarah pressed herself against his back, her mouth finding the nape of his neck, tasting salt and sun and the particular flavour of him she'd imagined 1,000 times. He turned and caught her face between his palms, and for a long moment they simply breathed together, foreheads touching, the enormity of what they were choosing settling over them like dusk. Sarah. Her name carried every question he couldn't ask. She answered by rising on her toes and kissing him, soft at first, almost chaste, then deeper as she felt him yield. His mouth was warm and careful, learning her with the same methodical attention he brought to everything. When his tongue touched hers, she made a small sound of surprise and pleasure and felt his arms tighten in response. They moved backward through the cluttered space, bumping into filing cabinets, knocking a sectional chart to the floor. David's hands were everywhere. Her waist, her hair, the small of her back, mapping her through cotton and denim as if committing her to memory. "Wait," he breathed, pulling back. His eyes were dark, pupils blown wide. "If we do this, we're doing this." Sarah caught his hand and placed it over her racing heart. "Feel that? That's not uncertainty, David. That's yes." Something in him broke open then. He swept his arm across the desk in one motion, maps and coffee mugs and the accumulated paperwork of years clattering to the floor, and lifted her onto the cleared surface. She gasped at the ease of it, the casual strength in his hands as he settled her there, then stepped between her knees. "Tell me to stop," he said against her mouth, even as his hands found her hips and pulled her closer. "No." His laugh was ragged, almost pained. I'm trying to be responsible." "You've been responsible for 15 years." She wrapped her legs around his hips, feeling him pressed against her, separated only by layers of fabric that suddenly seemed unbearable. "Be reckless with me, just this once." He pulled back just enough to look at her. Really look, his eyes searching her face with an intensity that made her feel seen in ways she'd never experienced. "This isn't... I won't be what holds you back." "You won't." Sarah caught his face in her hands, feeling the rasp of stubble against her palms, the heat of his skin. "Phoenix is still happening. My career is still happening. But David..." Her voice broke. "I can't walk away from you without knowing what this is. Without having this." "It's everything," he said simply, and the naked honesty in his voice made her chest tight. "It's been everything since the day you showed up early and corrected me about punctuality." Then he kissed her again, and the careful distance he'd maintained for months dissolved entirely. His hands found the hem of her shirt and hesitated there, trembling slightly. She answered by reaching down and pulling it over her head herself, dropping it somewhere in the darkness. The look on his face when she sat before him in just her bra and jeans was worth every moment of doubt, every fear, pure wonder mixed with hunger so raw it stole her breath. "God," he whispered. "Sarah, you're..." "Touch me," she said, and he did. His palms were rough from work, calloused from years of handling controls and tools, and they felt like revelation against her skin. He traced the line of her collarbone with his thumbs, then lower, following the edge of lace with a reverence that made her shiver. When he bent to press his mouth to the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, her fingers tangling in his hair. "Sarah?" Her name was prayer and question both. "Yes. God. Yes. Please." They shed clothing between kisses, urgent and fumbling and perfect in its imperfection. His shirt came off, and she discovered the topography of him. Shoulders broad from years of physical work, a scar along his ribs he'd never mentioned, the surprising softness of his skin over muscle. She mapped him with her hands, her mouth, learning the places that made him gasp, the spots where touch made him shudder. When his skin finally met hers, nothing between them but heat and want, she felt the rightness of it in her bones. This man, this moment, this choosing that felt like being chosen in return. David laid her back on the desk, following her down, his weight settling over her like a promise. The wood was hard beneath her shoulder blades, but she didn't care. All she could feel was him, the press of his chest against her breasts, the rough denim of his jeans against her bare thighs, the way he braced himself on his forearms to keep from crushing her, even as she pulled him closer. "I need you to tell me," he said, his voice wrecked, his forehead pressed to hers. "I need to hear you say it. I want this. I want you." She slid her hand between them, finding him through his jeans, feeling him harden further at her touch. "I've wanted you since," she gasped as his hand found her in return, fingers sliding against slick heat. "Since forever." He touched her like he taught her to fly, attentive, responsive, learning through her reactions what made her gasp and what made her arch. His fingers moved with devastating precision, circling and pressing and withdrawing until she was trembling, incoherent, her nails digging into his shoulders. "David, please, I know." He kissed her deeply, swallowing her sounds. "I know, sweetheart. I've got you." When he finally freed himself from his jeans and settled against her, they both went still. Sarah looked up at him. This man who'd taught her to trust herself in the air, who'd shown her that wanting something didn't make her weak, and saw her own wonder reflected back. "Yes?" he asked, and the question held everything, consent and tenderness, and the terrifying vulnerability of wanting someone this much. "Yes," she said, and wrapped her legs around his hips, drawing him home. The first press of him inside her was exquisite, a fullness that made her cry out. not in pain, but in recognition. He moved slowly, carefully, watching her face for any sign of discomfort, and she'd never felt more cherished or more desired. When he was fully seated, they both exhaled shakily, overwhelmed by the intimacy of the connection. "Okay," he managed. "Perfect," she breathed. "Move, please move." He did, withdrawing almost completely before sliding back in, and the drag of him against her sensitive flesh made stars burst behind her eyes. They found a rhythm together, slow at first, then building, his hips rolling in deep, purposeful movement that hit something inside her that made coherent thought impossible. Sarah clutched at him, his shoulders, his hair, the flexing muscles of his back, anchoring herself as sensation built and built. The hangar was silent except for their breathing, the slick sound of their bodies moving together, the small sounds of pleasure neither could contain. "Look at me," she demanded, and when he did, she saw everything, desire and devotion, and the terror of wanting something this much, all laid bare in his storm-coloured eyes. "I love you," David said, the words torn from him like confession. "God help me. I love you." "Good." Sarah pulled him down into a kiss that was more breath than contact. "Because I love you too, and I'm not letting you forget it." His control frayed then, his careful discipline abandoned. His thrusts grew harder, deeper, and she met him movement for movement, chasing the pleasure building at the base of her spine. His hand slid between them, fingers finding the place where they were joined, and when he touched her with exactly the right pressure, she came apart beneath him, her whole body arching off the desk as wave after wave of pleasure crashed through her. She heard herself cry out his name, felt herself clench around him in rhythmic pulses, distantly registered the way his breathing went ragged against her neck. "Sarah. God. I can't. Yes," she gasped. "Yes, David. Let go. I want to feel you." He buried his face in her shoulder with a sound that was half groan, half sob, his hips stuttering as he followed her over the edge. She felt him pulsing inside her, felt the trembling in his arms as he tried to hold himself up, felt the wet heat of what might have been tears against her skin. For a long moment they stayed like that, tangled and breathless and complete. Then David carefully withdrew and gathered her against his chest, turning so his back was against the desk and she was cradled in his lap. His heart thundered beneath her ear, gradually slowing as their breathing returned to normal. The night air crept in through the open window, cooling the sweat on their skin. Sarah shivered, and David reached for his discarded shirt, draping it over her shoulders with such tenderness it made her throat tight. "Okay?" he asked softly, his hand stroking through her hair. "More than okay?" She pressed a kiss to his collarbone, tasting salt. "That was... yeah." His arms tightened around her. It was. They sat in comfortable silence, the desert night settling around them. David's hand traced lazy patterns on her spine, circles and figure eights and abstract shapes that felt possessive and tender all at once. "I'm still going to Phoenix," Sarah said quietly. "I know. And you're still going to worry. Constantly." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "But I'm also going to trust you, to know what you want, to choose your own path. Even if it's complicated? Especially then." He shifted so he could see her face. "I spent 15 years avoiding complications. It didn't make me happy, it made me safe. And those aren't the same thing," Sarah smiled. "You sound like a good instructor." "I learned from a brilliant student." They stayed until the runway light flickered and died, its bulb finally exhausted. In the darkness they dressed slowly, reluctant to end the moment. "I'll write," Sarah said, "and call, and in 90 days you'll have your rating and your interviews and you'll be exactly where you're supposed to be." "And where will you be?" David pulled her close one last time. "Here, waiting." for however long it takes. 18 months later, Sarah returned to Meridian Field in a rental car nicer than the one she'd driven as a student. The desert looked the same, bleached and timeless, but she was different. Commercial rating earned. Type certification complete. 200 hours of right seat time at a regional carrier with a major airline interview scheduled for next month. She'd done it. Everything she'd planned, worked for, sacrificed to achieve. The 90 days in Phoenix had been brutal and perfect. 12-hour days, simulator sessions that tested every limit, check rides that separated the competent from the qualified. She'd aced all of it. Then came the regional carrier, the endless reserve shifts, the nights in crash pads and hotel rooms that all looked identical. She'd flown through thunderstorms and mechanical issues and passengers who treated her like a waitress with wings. She'd loved almost every minute of it. And through it all, David had been there, not hovering, not limiting, but present. Letters that arrived on hard days, his handwriting careful and old-fashioned. Calls that lasted hours, his voice a thread connecting her to something solid while she floated through the transient machinery of commercial aviation. Visits when her schedule allowed, brief and fierce and sustaining. The first time he'd come to see her, 2 months into Phoenix, she'd barely recognized him in the airport crowd. He looked smaller somehow outside of Meridian, out of context. But when he'd smiled at her, that same rare, genuine smile, everything had clicked back into place. They'd learned how to love across distance, how to trust without possession, how to be separate people building separate lives that nonetheless orbited each other with gravitational certainty. It wasn't easy. There were nights she'd wanted to quit, wanted to choose the simpler path of being with him full time, building something conventional and contained. But David had never let her. "You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do," he'd say when she called crying after a particularly brutal training session. "And I'm going to be here when you're ready to come home." Home. Somewhere along the way, Meridian had become that. Not despite her ambitions, but alongside them. Now she was home. The runway light was burning again. A new fixture, LED bright and steady. David had written about installing it, about small improvements to the field, about 2 new students whose hunger reminded him of someone he used to teach. She found him in Hangar 2, elbow deep in an engine rebuild. He looked up when her shadow fell across his workspace, and his whole face transformed. "You're early," he said, that old familiar line. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected and walked into his arms. He held her like something precious and hard-won, like coming home. "How was the flight?" he asked into her hair. "Perfect. Textbook. Boring in all the best ways." She pulled back to look at him. "How's the field?" "Surviving, improving. The new light works." "I saw." She touched his face, thumb tracing the lines that had deepened over 18 months. He looked tired, happy, real. "I have 2 weeks before training starts again." 2 weeks? I was thinking... She hesitated, then committed. "I was thinking we could stop being careful." David's eyes darkened. "Define careful. Separate cities, visiting schedules. Acting like this is something I can compartmentalize." Sarah stepped closer. "I want messy, David. I want complicated. I want to figure out how to build a life that includes both flying and you, and I don't care how many logistics that requires. Your career is mine, and it's going exactly where I want it to." She smiled. "Turns out you can be an excellent pilot and in love at the same time. Someone very wise taught me that wanting something doesn't make you weak." "He sounds insufferable." "He is. I'm crazy about him." David kissed her then, slow and thorough and certain. When they broke apart, he was smiling, truly smiling, the kind of joy she'd spent 18 months working to earn. 2 weeks, he said. "We'd better not waste them." They didn't. They flew together, Sarah in the instructor's seat now, calling out corrections with the same exacting precision David had taught her. They fixed the windsock that had been broken since her first day. They sat under the new runway light and planned logistics, her flying schedule, his teaching commitments, the apartment they could rent halfway between Meridian and her base. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing worth having ever was. On her last night before returning to base, they lay in David's bed above the hangar, windows open to the desert, stars. Sarah's head rested on his chest, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear. "I used to think love would ground me," she said quietly, "that it would be weight I couldn't afford to carry. And now I think it taught me how to land." She tilted her head to look at him. "You taught me that coming back is just as important as taking off, that there's no shame in needing a place to return to." David's arms tightened around her. "You'll always have clearance here." "I know." She kissed his jaw, soft and certain. "That's why I'm not afraid to fly." Outside, the runway light burned steady. No longer the last light of a dying field, but the first light of something beginning. A beacon for the lost. A welcome for the returning. A promise that some landings are worth the risk of flight. And in the desert darkness, two people who had learned to trust the space between earth and sky held each other close and understood. Love, like flight, requires both courage and precision. The willingness to ascend, the wisdom to return, the faith that when you find the right landing you'll know it not by ease, but by the certainty that this person, this moment, this choice is exactly where you're meant to be. Sarah Olsen had wanted to fly since she was 6 years old. Now she finally understood why. Not to escape, but to return. Again, and again, and again, to the man waiting beneath the runway light. To the love that taught her that wanting something didn't make her weak. It made her brave enough to claim it, and brave enough finally to land. The end. Something in her smile. The world was a blizzard of pink. In Ueno Park, the cherry blossoms had reached their zenith, a transient, almost violent explosion of beauty that painted the air itself in soft hues. Petals drifted on the April breeze like perfumed snow settling on the shoulders of laughing families, clinging to the dark fabric of lovers' coats and dusting the surface of Shinobazu Pond with a delicate fleeting film. To Kenji Tanaka, the scene was a masterpiece of composition, a perfect frame. Yet he felt nothing. He moved through the jubilant crowds with the practiced detachment of a seasoned photographer, his Nikon a cool, metallic shield against the world's relentless joy. At 32, Kenji was gifted, his eye for light and shadow preternatural, but his heart was a shutter closed tight. A recent bitter breakup had scoured him clean of sentiment, leaving him creatively numb and personally adrift. The city, his lifelong muse, now felt like a stranger. In an attempt to rekindle some flicker of connection, he had begun a personal project he called Anonymous Souls of Tokyo, a series of portraits of strangers, stolen moments of their lives captured on his sensor. It was a kind of penance, an exercise in trying to feel something, anything again. He saw businessmen in sharp suits looking lost, young women with defiance in their eyes, old men whose faces were maps of forgotten streets. He captured them all with technical brilliance and emotional distance. They were subjects, pixels, nothing more. He was composing a visual symphony of loneliness in the heart of one of the world's most crowded cities. Then he saw her. She was standing alone, slightly apart from the throng that gathered beneath the most resplendent of the sakura trees. She was not posing, not angling for a selfie, not performing for an invisible audience. Her attention was wholly directed upwards, at the canopy of pink and white, and on her face was a smile, It was not a wide, performative grin. It was a quiet, private sunrise, a gentle, unself-conscious bliss that seemed to illuminate her from within, curving her lips in a way that spoke of a deep, simple joy. Yet, within that luminescence, Kenji perceived a flicker of something else, a story, perhaps a melancholy one, that made the joy all the more profound for its existence. It was a smile that didn't erase sorrow, but bloomed in spite of it. His photographer's instincts, the only part of him that still felt alive, took over. The world dissolved into a shallow depth of field, the laughing crowds blurring into a soft, impressionistic backdrop. Only she remained sharp, clear, essential. He raised his camera, the long lens bringing her closer, making the moment impossibly intimate. He adjusted the aperture, his fingers moving with a forgotten grace. He was no longer a documentarian, he was a witness. He pressed the shutter. The quiet mechanical click was an obscene intrusion, a sound that both immortalized the moment and shattered it. As if she had heard the tiny sound across the expanse of the park, her smile faltered. It didn't vanish, but it retreated, the light pulling back from her eyes. She sensed the observation, the theft of her private peace. Her gaze dropped from the blossoms, and for a half-second it swept vaguely in his direction. There was no recognition, only the instinct of a person pulling a curtain closed. Before Kenji could even think to lower his camera, to offer an apologetic bow, to try and form a single word, she turned. With a quiet fluidity, she merged with the stream of people flowing toward the station, her dark hair a disappearing comma in a sentence he desperately wanted to finish. He took a step forward, then another, his heart beginning a strange, unfamiliar rhythm in his chest. But she was gone. The crowd, a moment ago a mere backdrop, was now an impenetrable wall. He was left standing with the cooling metal of his camera in his hand and an image burned not only onto its memory card, but into the very architecture of his mind. Back in the sterile quiet of his apartment, the city lights beginning to prick the darkening sky, he uploaded the day's work. Face after face filled the screen, anonymous, empty. Then, hers. The image glowed. The smile was even more potent in stillness, captured in perfect high-resolution detail. It held a universe of feeling. He zoomed in, studying the curve of her lips, the slight crinkle at the corners of her eyes. It was a face that felt both ancient and new, a paradox of quiet contentment and unspoken longing. "Who are you?" he muttered to the silent room, the words tasting strange on his tongue. He had asked this of his city, of his subjects, of himself for months. But this time the question was not rhetorical. It was a plea. He leaned back in his chair, the glow of the screen illuminating his own stark expression. He had captured hundreds of faces for his project, anonymous souls. But this one was different. It didn't feel like he had captured a soul. It felt like one had captured him. He ran a hand through his hair, a knot of frustration, and a strange, terrifying hope tightening in his gut. Another face, he thought, the words hollow. Another story I'll never know. But his own internal voice betrayed him, a softer, more honest whisper rising from the depths. But this one feels like a story I was meant to read. The soft pastels of spring bled into the electric, humid vibrancy of a Tokyo summer. The cherry blossoms were a distant memory, replaced by the relentless green of new leaves and the oppressive weight of the air. For Kenji, the changing seasons did little to alter his internal landscape. He was living in a state of suspended animation, a quiet, persistent ache that had a name and a face, but no address. His apartment, a minimalist space of concrete walls and polished wood floors in Nakameguro, had become his monastery. By day, it was a studio where he worked with a renewed but hollow vigour. By night, it was a shrine. The city lights would paint shifting geometric patterns on his walls, but the only light he truly saw was the one emanating from the 27-inch monitor on his desk. On it, always, was the photo of the woman from the park. Unable to shake the image, and with a sense of fatalism he didn't understand, he had posted the photograph on his professional blog a few weeks after taking it. He hadn't used her face for his anonymous Souls project. It felt too personal, too sacred for that somber collection. He had simply created a new post, uploaded the single image, and after a long moment of deliberation typed a caption, "Something in her smile." The internet, in its mysterious and voracious way, took notice. The image struck a chord. It was shared on Twitter, reblogged on Tumblr, posted on Instagram with heartfelt captions about finding joy in small moments. It became a symbol of fleeting beauty, of unposed authenticity in a curated world. News aggregators picked it up. Art blogs wrote short, glowing pieces about the unknown photographer who had captured the Mona Lisa of the Sakura season. The photograph went viral. It was an anonymous sensation, a ghost in the machine that everyone felt they knew. Fueled by a strange mixture of the public's interest and his own deepening fixation, Kenji made a few tentative efforts to find her. He revisited Ueno Park on weekends, his camera hanging uselessly at his side. He would stand by the same tree, now heavy with green leaves, and watch the faces in the crowd, a fool's errand in a city of 13 million. He wandered through different neighborhoods, Shibuya, Shinjuku, Ginza, his eyes scanning, searching for a smile that he knew he would recognize anywhere. But Tokyo was a vast, indifferent ocean, and he was a man chasing a phantom. His search was always half-hearted, crippled by a paralyzing fear. What would he even say if he found her? "I stole a moment of your life and it made me famous." The thought made his stomach clench. Professionally, his life transformed. The viral photo acted as the world's most effective business card. Commissions poured in, portraits for magazines, ad campaigns for brands that wanted to capture that same authentic feeling. He was lauded, celebrated, and better paid than he had ever been. Yet, the success felt like a cruel joke. Every compliment, every new contract was a stark reminder of the woman he couldn't find, the source of his fortune to whom he could offer no thanks, no apology. The success was a frame, and the picture inside it was missing. He started to see her smile everywhere, in the turn of a stranger's head on the subway, in the soft light hitting a cafe window, in the brief, happy expression of a child. The world had become a gallery of her echoes. His ex-girlfriend, a pragmatic art dealer, had always mocked his sentimental streak. "Photography is a business, Kenji, not a religion," she'd said during their final scalding argument. To spite her memory, or perhaps to feed the new, tender part of himself that was stirring to life, he started doing something he hadn't done in years. He started reading poetry. He wandered the book-filled alleys of Jimbocho and bought slim volumes of translated verses, Rilke, Neruda, the stark haikus of Basho. He found a strange solace in the words of others who had known this same quiet, consuming longing. The words gave shape to the ache in his chest. One evening, his friend Haruki, a graphic designer with a sharp wit and a kinder heart than he let on, came over with beer and takeout. He found Kenji staring at the glowing screen, the famous photo illuminating his friend's haunted face. Haruki sighed, setting the plastic bags on the low table. "You're famous because of a ghost, man," he said, his voice gentle. "The photo is beautiful, a masterpiece even, but that's all. She is now a picture. Maybe you should just let her be a beautiful memory." Kenji finally looked away from the screen, his eyes adjusting to the dim light of the room. "What if she's not a memory?" he asked, his voice low. "What if she's a question I'm supposed to answer?" Haruki popped the top on a beer and handed it to him. And what if you find her, and the answer is just, she was having a good day? What then? Kenji took a long drink, the cold liquid doing nothing to cool the suffocating feeling in his chest. He looked back at the screen, at the blue digital glow of the photograph that had become the sole source of light in his life. He didn't have an answer. All he had was the image, and the unshakable feeling that his life had been irrevocably cleaved into two distinct eras, before the smile and after. Autumn arrived and painted Tokyo in sombre, magnificent hues. The oppressive humidity of summer broke, replaced by a crispness that carried the scent of wood smoke and ginkgo leaves. The city seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, settling into a quieter, more contemplative mood. It was a season that suited Kenji's heart. His obsession had not faded, but it had changed. The frantic, searching quality had mellowed into a kind of gentle melancholy, a companion he had learned to live with. He no longer scoured crowds for her face. Instead, he sought out quiet places, the places where he imagined a person with a smile like hers might find solace. Temple gardens, small art galleries, and most frequently the backstreet cafes of Jimbocho, the city's book district. One Tuesday evening the sky opened up, a steady drumming rain washing the neon glow of the city into long, slick ribbons on the pavement. Kenji found himself in a small, intimate poetry cafe, a place called the Gilded Page. The air inside smelled of old books, brewing hojicha tea and damp wool. It was a haven, a world apart. He was there to listen, to feel something other than the familiar ache of his own longing. He was not searching. He took a small table in the corner, nursing a cup of tea, and let the atmosphere envelop him. A young woman with short, dyed blue hair stood at the front, reading her work from a crumpled notebook. Her voice was soft but clear. Her poems about the transient beauty of cicada shells and the loneliness of vending machine lights. A fleeting stillness, she read, like the pause between raindrops, a moment of grace before the world rushes in again. As the line settled in the quiet room, Kenji heard a soft, almost inaudible sigh from the table next to him. It was a sound of perfect, empathetic understanding. He glanced over, his curiosity piqued, and the world stopped. It was her. He knew it with a certainty that defied logic. She was sitting alone, her profile turned to him as she watched the poet. She was without the radiant smile of the photograph. Her expression was contemplative, almost sad, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. Her hair was a little shorter, and she wore simple dark-rimmed glasses that she hadn't had on that day in the park, but it was her. The elegant line of her jaw, the delicate shape of her ear, the quiet, centered stillness she possessed even in a room full of people. Seeing her in the flesh, so close, so real, was like being struck by lightning. He froze. His blood turned to ice in his veins, then to fire. For months he had rehearsed this moment in 1,000 different daydreams. He would be suave, charming, apologetic. He would explain everything. Now, faced with the reality of her presence, he was paralyzed by a tidal wave of doubt. The chasm between the ghost on his screen and the living, breathing woman a few feet away was terrifyingly vast. What right did he have to speak to her, to drag her private moment from the past and lay it at her feet? The reading ended. A polite smattering of applause filled the room. People began to shift to chat with their neighbours. She blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and a small, wistful smile touched her lips as she gathered her things. She was getting ready to leave. Now or never, a voice screamed inside him. Say something. Anything. Don't let her walk away again. His body moved before his mind could veto it. He stood up, his chair scraping softly against the floor. He walked the few steps to her table, his heart pounding a deafening rhythm against his ribs. "Excuse me," he said. The words came out as barely a whisper, hoarse and uncertain. She looked up, her expression politely questioning. Her eyes, magnified slightly by her glasses, were dark and deep. He swallowed, his throat dry. I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm the photographer who..." He couldn't finish. The words were too crude, too presumptuous. Recognition dawned in her eyes, slow and then sudden. A complex series of emotions flickered across her face. First, a shadow of annoyance, then a flash of embarrassment, but they were quickly replaced by something else, a gentle, weary curiosity. She knew exactly who he was. "Oh," she said softly. "The picture." "I'm sorry," he rushed to say, the words tumbling out of him. "I know it was an intrusion. I should have asked. I never meant for it to become what it became." She looked down at her hands, which were resting on a slim volume of poetry on the table. "It's okay," she said, though her voice held a note of reservation. "It was just a very private moment, made very public. It was strange seeing my own face looking back at me from a stranger's phone." They stood in a moment of awkward silence, the hum of the cafe around them. Kenji's mind was a blank. He had found her. Now what? He could feel her preparing to give a polite nod and leave forever. "I liked the poem about the cicada shells," he said, grasping for any thread. Her eyes met his again, and a genuine small smile appeared. It was not the smile from the park, but it was just as captivating. "Me too," she said. "It's hard to explain that kind of beauty to people." They talked then, not about the photograph, but about the poetry, about the soothing sound of the rain against the cafe window, about the strange comfort of being anonymous in a city of millions. Her voice was as he had imagined it, soft, measured, thoughtful. When she finally stood to leave, he said, "The station is a few blocks away. It's raining hard. Could I walk you? I have an umbrella." She hesitated for only a second before giving a small nod. "Okay." Outside, the rain was a silver curtain. He opened his large black umbrella and she stepped under it, the space suddenly intimate and charged. Their shoulders brushed as they walked. He was acutely aware of the warmth of her arm next to his, the scent of her hair, a faint mix of rain and something clean, like soap. They walked in silence, the rhythm of their footsteps and the drumming of the rain on the taut fabric above them the only sounds. It was a shared silence, not an empty one. Under the small dark canopy of the umbrella, they'd created a tiny private world, a moving island of stillness in the glistening, chaotic heart of Tokyo. A few weeks passed. The crispness of late autumn began to sharpen into the distinct chill of impending winter. Their meetings, which had started with the shared umbrella, had become a quiet, steady rhythm in the cadence of their lives. A series of coffees, of walks through parks now carpeted in gold and crimson, of more poetry readings at the gilded page. A fragile bridge was being built between them, plank by careful plank. He learned her name was Akari. He learned she was a librarian at a small university, a custodian of stories. He learned she cared for her aging, widowed father, a life of quiet duty that she spoke of with love and a faint, uncomplaining weariness. He learned that her smile in the park had been a rare, stolen moment of escape, a deep breath taken in the midst of a life that demanded so much of her. He never once asked to photograph her again. He was afraid to turn her back into a subject, to put the lens between them once more. One chilly Saturday, after a long walk, he found the courage to ask her back to his apartment. "I'd like to show you my other work," he said, his voice betraying a nervousness he couldn't hide. The real work, the anonymous Souls collection. He needed her to see the rest of him. the part that existed before and beyond her famous smile. He needed her to see the man who'd been searching for connection in the faces of strangers long before he found hers. She agreed with a quiet nod. His studio apartment was minimalist and clean, the scent of photographic chemicals and old paper hanging faintly in the air. The walls were lined with large black and white prints, a gallery of his silent conversations with the city. There were no smiling faces here. There were portraits of exhaustion, of defiance, of quiet contemplation, of hidden grief. Each one was rendered with a stark, empathetic honesty. Akari moved through the space with a reverence that soothed his thrumming nerves. She didn't offer effusive praise. Instead, she was silent, her eyes taking in each face, each story told in shadow and silver halide. She saw what he saw. She understood. She stopped before a portrait of an old man sitting on a park bench, his face a roadmap of a long and difficult life, his hands knotted with arthritis, resting on a worn wooden cane. She reached out, her fingers hovering just over the surface of the print, as if she could feel the texture of his skin, the weight of his years. "You see people," she said, her voice soft with awe. "You don't just look at them. You see what's inside." Her words landed in his chest like a revelation. In that moment, watching her see his work, really see it, he understood the utter foolishness of his long quest. He had been obsessed with understanding her, with uncovering the story, behind her smile as if it were a mystery to be solved. But he didn't need to know her story to be captivated by her. He simply needed to see her, and he had, from the very first moment. The photograph wasn't the beginning of a mystery. It was the answer to a question he hadn't even known he was asking. The confession that had been lodged in his throat for months finally broke free. "That's what I felt, that day in the park," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He stood beside her, the gallery of lonely souls bearing witness. "I felt like I could see everything, right in that one moment. And it wasn't about fame or a viral photo. It was about feeling something real for the first time in a very long time. That picture, it didn't change my career. It changed me." The confession hung in the air between them, raw and vulnerable. She turned from the photograph to face him, her dark eyes searching his. The space between them was electric, filled with everything that had been left, unsaid over coffees and rainy walks. She stepped closer, closing the small distance. She raised a hand, and her touch on his cheek was tentative, a question. It was not the spark of sudden passion, but the slow, inevitable drawing together of two celestial bodies that had been in each other's orbit for months. He didn't move to kiss her. He didn't dare. He simply stood there, letting the warmth of her palms seep into his skin, a feeling of profound homecoming. He responded not with hunger, but with a deep, shuddering sigh of relief, as if a great weight he hadn't known he was carrying had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Then she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. He kissed her, like he was breathing her in after a lifetime of holding his breath. It was a kiss of gratitude, of recognition. Each gentle brush of his mouth against hers seemed to deepen the ache in his chest, transforming it from something painful into a resonant, beautiful longing. His hands, acting of their own accord, came up to trace the delicate line of her back, the movement drawing shivers from her that left them both breathless. When their bodies pressed together, it was fire and fragility all at once, a dance of need and tenderness, of silent questions and resounding answers. There was no rush to undress, no fumbling with clothes. This was not about that. It was about the astonishing discovery of being held, of being seen. It was about the profound, soul-deep comfort of finally being home. Later, as the city lights twinkled outside his window like a distant, beautiful chaos, He made her a cup of tea. They sat together on his simple sofa, the shared warmth of the single mug passing between their hands. They didn't speak much. They didn't need to. In the quiet of his studio, surrounded by the souls he'd tried so hard to understand, he had finally found his own. Winter settled over Tokyo, stripping the trees bare and painting the sky in shades of pearl and grey. It was a season of stillness, of quiet introspection, and its stark beauty mirrored the new landscape of Kenji's heart. His relationship with Akari unfolded with the same quiet, easy rhythm. There were no grand pronouncements, no dramatic declarations. Their love was a garden they tended to with gentle hands, its roots growing deeper in the rich soil of shared silence and easy laughter. He photographed her constantly, but these images were different. They were not for his blog or a gallery wall. They were for him alone. He captured her sleeping, the morning light tracing the curve of her cheek. He captured her laughing, her head thrown back, a joy more radiant than the one he'd first seen. He captured her reading in his armchair, lost in a world of words, her glasses perched on her nose. He was no longer capturing a muse on a pedestal, but documenting the exquisite, ordinary miracle of the woman he was getting to know. One afternoon, Akari was at his apartment reading while he worked at his computer. She looked over and noticed something was different. "You took it down," she said, her voice soft. Kenji swiveled in his chair. "Took what down?" "The photo," she said, gesturing to his screen. "From your blog, the famous one." He had deleted the post the night before. The image of something in her smile no longer lived on the internet. He turned back to her, a gentle smile on his face. "I don't need that memory anymore," he said simply. "I have the reality." In that small act, he was letting go of the past. He was no longer the heartbroken photographer defined by a lucky shot, no longer the man obsessed with a ghost. He was the man who made tea for Akari, who knew the sound of her breathing in the dark, who was building a life not on a fleeting image, but on a foundation of love. A week later, he accompanied her to visit her father. They took the train to a quiet suburb, the city giving way to smaller houses with neat gardens. Her father was a frail but sharp-witted man who spent his days tending to his bonsai trees. He greeted Kenji with a polite, appraising eye, but as he watched his daughter's easy happiness, the way she would glance at Kenji and share a silent, secret smile, the old man's expression softened. It was a simple afternoon of tea and conversation, but the act of being there, of being accepted into the quiet fabric of her life, was a commitment more profound than any spoken vow. Later that day, they walked through a traditional Japanese garden near her father's house. The air was still and cold, their breath pluming in front of them. The maples were bare, their branches stark, beautiful lines drawn against the grey sky. Ponds, still as glass, reflected the quiet heavens. He stopped on a small arched bridge and simply looked at her. Her cheeks were pink from the cold, her dark eyes bright. A stray lock of hair had escaped her scarf. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He felt a love for her so immense, so complete. It was a physical presence in his chest. He didn't need to say the words. She saw it in his eyes. She saw it in the way he smiled at her, a smile that was all his own, but one that she had taught him how to find again. That night, back in the warm sanctuary of his apartment, the chill of the winter garden still clinging to their coats, they moved with the quiet, graceful accord of two people who no longer needed words to speak. He helped her out of her heavy wool coat, his fingers brushing the nape of her neck where the cold had kissed her skin. A shiver, not from the cold, traced its way down her spine. The world outside was a monochrome painting of stark branches and a sky the colour of polished steel. But here, inside, the air was soft and warm, smelling of the genmaicha tea he was already preparing. The ritual was its own form of intimacy. The pouring of hot water, the rising steam, the way their fingers brushed as he passed her the simple handleless cup. They sat not on the sofa, but on the floor by the low table, the heat from the cups warming their hands. Akari had changed into one of his own white oversized shirts after a bath. The cotton soft against her skin, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. The top few buttons were undone, revealing the elegant column of her throat and the delicate hollow of her collarbone. It was an image of profound domesticity and startling eroticism. She was wearing his life, making it her own. He watched her over the rim of his cup, his photographer's eye now an artist's soul, drinking in the sight of her. The way the soft lamplight caught the curve of her cheek, the gentle way she held the cup in both hands, the fall of her dark, damp hair against the white cotton. She looked up and met his gaze, and in her eyes was a knowing welcome, an invitation that sent a current of heat through him, chasing away the last of the winter chill. He set his cup down. She mirrored the action. Without a word, he reached across the small table and took her hand. He led her to the sleeping area, a space partitioned only by a shoji screen that filtered the city's ambient glow into a soft, milky light. He didn't release her hand until they stood before the simple futon on the floor. There, he turned to face her fully. His hands came up not with haste, but with a reverence that made her breath catch. He gently traced the line of her jaw, his thumb stroking her bottom lip. It was a touch that said, "I see you, all of you." He leaned in and kissed her, a kiss entirely different from their first. That had been a discovery, a breathless question. This was a statement, a poem. It was slow and deep, a taste of tea and winter air, and a longing that had finally found its harbour. His hands slid from her face to the collar of the shirt. With infinite slowness, he undid the next button, and the next, his knuckles brushing the warm skin of her chest. The shirt fell open. He didn't remove it, but let it drape from her. Shoulders, a frame for the art of her body, bathed in the soft, forgiving light of the paper screen. His gaze was a physical touch, tracing the gentle slope of her shoulders, the soft curve of her stomach. She wore nothing underneath but a pair of simple white tabby socks, a charming, vulnerable detail that made his heart ache with tenderness. He knelt before her, his hands finding her waist, and drew her closer until her body was framed perfectly in his gaze. He rested his cheek against the soft skin of her belly for a moment, his arms encircling her, holding her as if she were the most precious, fragile thing in the world. She gasped softly, her fingers tangling in his hair, a silent permission. But he didn't stay there. It was an act of worship that had only just begun. With a reverence that made her tremble, he pressed his lips to her skin, breathing in the unique, intimate scent of her that was clean and warm and wholly Akari. His kiss, a tender mapping exploration, began a slow descent. He moved lower, past her navel, into the soft territory where her body curved inward. Her breath hitched. His touch moved with the patient focus of an artist, intent on learning every line, every texture, every secret. When his lips finally found the warm, secret heart of her, a sharp, broken gasp escaped her lips. Her fingers, which had been resting gently in his hair, now clutched him, anchoring herself as the world began to tilt on its axis. Her back arched in a silent, involuntary offering. A wave of heat, powerful and profound, washed through her, a pleasure so intense it bordered on pain and undoing. It started from that single, devoted point of his worship and radiated through her entire being, making her knees weak, her mind a beautiful empty sky. He held her there, at the very peak of that shattering wave, his name a prayer on her lips, until she was undone completely by the tender, selfless reverence of his love. He rose, his lips tracing a path of fire from her, stomach to the hollow of her throat. He kissed the frantic pulse he found there before claiming her mouth again, this time with a rising urgency. The slow, tender conversation was escalating, their bodies beginning to speak a more ancient, fevered language. The shirt slid forgotten to the floor. Skin met skin in the cool air, and the contact was electric, a silent explosion of warmth and need. He laid her down on the futon, following her, covering her body with his own. His hands moved with a gentle, reverent familiarity, rediscovering paths they already knew and charting new, secret territories. He learned the rhythm of her breath, the music of her sighs. There was a playfulness in their touches, a quiet laughter that echoed in the still room as his fingers interlaced with hers as she arched to meet his every caress. It was not the frantic collision of strangers, but the seamless, fluid intertwining of two souls who had finally found their native tongue. Their shared breath fogged the cold window pane, obscuring the distant city lights, creating a sacred, shimmering world that contained only the two of them. Their movements found a rhythm, a dance as slow and sure as the turning of the earth, as urgent and elemental as a rising tide. It was a love that was less about a consuming fire and more about a generative, brilliant heat, the kind of heat that forges, that purifies, that makes two things irrevocably one. In the final, breathless moments, the world dissolved into pure sensation, a shared gasp, a tightening of grips, a silent, shattering peak where their souls seemed to leave their bodies and meet in the space between them before settling, like soft snow, back into the profound, soul-deep peace of being utterly known. Afterwards, lying tangled together under a thick quilt, Akari traced the line of his jaw with her finger. "What are you thinking about?" she whispered into the darkness. He turned his head, his lips finding her forehead. He thought of the man he used to be, the man who used his camera as a wall, observing life from a safe distance. He thought of the months he'd spent searching, chasing a feeling he couldn't name. "I was just thinking," he said, his voice soft with the truth of it. "I spent so long searching for the woman in the photograph for an explanation for her smile." He paused, pulling her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. "But I was looking for the wrong thing. The person I truly needed to find was the man I became when I finally looked away from the picture and into your eyes." And in the quiet darkness, with the warmth of her body pressed against his, Kenji knew he was finally home. The story wasn't in the single captured moment of a smile, but in all the quiet, unphotographed moments that came after. The Hollow of Whispers. The air in the Hollow of Whispers did not merely sit, it clung. There was a thick, syrupy suspension of humid Kentucky heat and the heavy, narcotic scent of curing tobacco from the nearby barns. To Abigail Thorne, this humidity felt like a physical weight against her ribs, a reminder of the gravity of her station. She stood at the edge of the limestone-rimmed creek, her grey cotton dress a stark, unadorned line against the riotous green of the overgrowth. To any observer, she was the very image of Quaker composure, a woman whose life was governed by the inner light and the profound stillness of her faith. Yet, beneath the starched linen of her bodice, Abigail's heart was a frozen thing. It had been cold since the morning they brought her brother Thomas home on a shutter, his chest torn open by a lead ball from an honour duel. She had looked at the blood on the floor and seen the vanity of all human aggression. To her, every raised hand, every glint of a bayonet was a stain upon the soul. She had committed herself to the quiet, believing that if she could simply move through the world without friction, she might remain unscarred. She knelt by the water, her fingers reaching for a patch of wild mint that grew in the shade of a jagged rock. As her hand closed around the stems, the sharp, cool, bruised scent rose up, a sudden, bracing clarity in the oppressive heat. "The water is higher than it looks, Miss Thorne." The voice was like a low vibration in the earth. Abigail did not start. She was too well schooled for that. But the mint stem snapped in her hand. She stood slowly, turning to find a man in a tunic of new, coarse grey wool. Silas Vance did not belong in the hollow. He was a creature of motion and iron, his frame hardened by a life of tethers he had tried to outrun. His father had been a man of the cavalry, returning from Mexico as little more than a ghost who eventually vanished into the woods, leaving Silas with the bitter knowledge that to love was to be abandoned. Silas had enlisted for the Confederacy not because he believed in the sovereignty of the states, but because the regiment offered a rhythm he understood. The bit, the saddle, the charge. He feared the stillness Abigail inhabited. He feared that if he stopped moving, the silence would swallow him whole. "The storm upstream has swollen the bed," Silas said, stepping closer. He looked at the bruised mint in her hand. "You have a fondness for things that require crushing to show their worth." Abigail met his gaze. His eyes were the colour of the river after a flood, turbid and deep. "I have a fondness for things that remain where they are planted, Mr. Vance, unlike some who find it necessary to dress for destruction." Silas's jaw tightened. The uniform felt heavy, the wool scratching at his neck. He stepped into the shallows, the water swirling around his leather boots. "I am here to ensure the safety of this border. Even a pacifist needs a bridge on occasion." He reached out a hand. It was a massive thing, calloused and stained with the oil of his carbine. Abigail hesitated. To touch him was to acknowledge the war, but the creek was indeed a churning froth of mud and debris. She placed her hand in his. The contact was not a mere touch. It was an intrusion. Through the thin cotton of her sleeve, the heat of his palm seared her skin. It was a visceral, thrumming electricity that defied every vow of restraint she had ever made. Her breath caught, not in her throat, but in the very centre of her chest. For a moment, the world narrowed to the point of contact, the solid, unyielding weight of him against her own fragile poise. "Steady," he whispered. The word was a ghost of a sound, lost to the rush of the water. As he pulled her toward the bank, his thumb grazed the underside of her wrist, where the pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Abigail felt the frost in her heart crack. It was a terrifying sensation, a sudden thaw that promised only the chaos of the flood. When she finally stepped onto the dry silt, she pulled her hand away as if burned. "I am obliged to thee," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to use the formal, plain speech of her people. "Don't be," Silas replied, his gaze lingering on the mint leaves scattered at her feet. "Some things are better left uncrossed." 2 weeks later, the heat had broken into a series of fitful electric drizzles. Abigail found Silas in the shade of the old smokehouse, his large hands moving with unexpected delicacy over a bundle of feathers. "He hit the telegraph wire," Silas said without looking up. In his lap lay a kestrel, its wing hanging at a sickening angle. The bird's eyes were wide, golden orbs of terror. Abigail knelt beside him, the hem of her skirt soaking up the damp earth. "Thou art trying to mend what thy kind usually breaks." "I am not a destroyer by nature, Abigail, only by circumstance." Together they worked to bind the wing. It required a terrible, intimate proximity. Silas held the bird's body against his thigh, his muscular legs framing the small creature. Abigail wound the linen strips. Her knuckles repeatedly brushed against the rough wool of his trousers, and the scent of him, salt, horse, and wood smoke, began to overwhelm the smell of the damp earth. "I fear the silence," Silas confessed suddenly. His voice was raw, stripped of its military bark. Not the dark, but the silence after the cannons stop, when you realize everyone is waiting for a sound that will never come. Abigail looked up. For the first time she did not see a soldier. she saw a man who was profoundly, fundamentally lonely. A laugh bubbled up in her, not of mockery, but of pure, unguarded recognition. It was a rich, melodic sound that seemed to startle even the kestrel. "Then we are two of a kind, Silas Vance," she said, "for I'm terrified of the noise. I thought if I stayed quiet enough I would be safe from the world's clamour." The air between them changed. It became thick, charged with the same tension that precedes a lightning strike. A few days later, the tension found its home in the tobacco dry house. The room was a cathedral of hanging leaf, the air so dense with the musk of curing tobacco that it felt like breathing gold. Abigail was checking the racks when Silas entered. He didn't speak. He simply stood in the doorway, the backlighting of the afternoon sun throwing his broad shoulders into sharp relief. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the packed earth floor. The heat in the barn was oppressive, causing beads of moisture to form on Abigail's upper lip. Silas stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her, but the radiant heat of his body was a physical presence. He raised his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, never quite making contact with her skin, but tracking the frantic pulse in her throat. Abigail felt an ache begin in the pit of her stomach, a hollow, demanding hunger she had no name for. She wanted him to close the distance. She wanted the rough wool of his tunic to rasp against her sensitized skin. She looked at his mouth, and the world seemed to dissolve into the scent of tobacco and the sound of their synchronized shallow breaths. "You are mending my soul, Quaker," he whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she took a needle and thread to a small tear in his tunic, right over the heart. She didn't ask him to remove it. She mended it while he wore it, her knuckles grazing the hard, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. The proximity was a slow torture. Every time her hand moved, she felt the vibration of his life force. He stood perfectly still, a predator-turned statue, his eyes fixed on her lowered lashes. The air was a liquid fire, and for a moment the war outside, the politics, the blood, the honour seemed like a fiction. Only the weight of his gaze and the scent of the mint she had tucked into her waistband were real. The breaking point came with the dawn. The aching silence was shattered by the rhythmic thud of the hooves and the jangle of the iron. Silas's regiment had been ordered to seize all able-bodied livestock for the spring campaign. Abigail stood in the centre of the paddock, her arms wrapped around the neck of her lead mare, a gentle beast that was the literal lifeblood of the Thorn farm. Silas sat atop his own mount, his face a mask of cold military indifference. "Step aside, Abigail," he said. His voice was a flat, dead thing. "Thou wouldst take the bread from our mouths," she cried, her voice cracking. "Thou wouldst use these animals to carry men to their graves. It is an order. If I do not take them, the next man will be less gentle." He refused to look at her. He looked instead at the horizon, at the grey clouds gathering over the hills. When he signalled his men to move forward, Abigail did not move. She stood like a stone until Silas himself dismounted. He took the lead rope from her hands, his fingers brushing hers. But there was no thrum of electricity now, only a cold, hollow void. "This is your duty," she whispered, her eyes burning with a rage she hadn't known she possessed. "To weaponize your presence against those who fed you." Silas didn't answer. He led the horses away, the dust from their departure coating Abigail's tongue with the taste of ash. That night the distance between the plantation and the cavalry encampment felt like a literal wound. Silas sat by a small, sputtering fire in the rain. He didn't seek cover. He let the cold water soak through his wool tunic, feeling the corrosive rot of duty eating at his insides. He looked toward the distant glow of a single candle in Abigail's window. He felt like a man watching a star from the bottom of a well. Every instinct told him to go to her, to throw down the iron and the wool and simply be. But the legacy of his father, The fear of being the one who leaves kept him pinned to the mud. In the house, Abigail sat in the dark. The silence she had once cherished was now a predatory thing. She felt the absence of his heat as if she had lost a limb. She realized then that her frozen heart hadn't been protected. It had merely been waiting to be shattered. The pining was a physical ache, a rhythmic throb in her temples that matched the rain against the glass. On the eve of the regiment's departure for the front, Abigail found him. She did not come with the inner light or the plain speech. She came through the woods, her dress torn by briars, her hair escaping its pins. She found him near the limestone cave at the edge of the hollow. "Silas!" she screamed, the sound echoing off the rock. He turned, his face haggard in the moonlight. "Go back, Abigail. There is nothing left here but the dying. I will not let thee go into the dark, thinking I hate thee for thy duty," she cried, closing the distance. She struck his chest with her fists, not with the strength of a fighter, but with the desperation of a woman trying to wake a sleeper. "It is a waste. Thy life, this war, this pride. It is all a waste if thou dost not understand that I am alive, and thou art alive, and we are here," Silas snapped. The restraint he had cultivated for years disintegrated. He caught her wrists, pulling her flush against him. The collision was violent, a battle of breaths. He dragged her into the shadows of the limestone cave, the air inside cool and smelling of ancient earth and damp stone. He pressed her back against the jagged wall, his mouth finding hers with a hunger that was primal and absolute. There was no gentleness in this first encounter. It was an urgent, desperate possession. Silas's hands, rough and impatient, moved over the cotton of her bodice, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the small space. Abigail didn't shrink away. She met his intensity with a fervour that shocked them both. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted the reality of his skin against hers to drown out the memory of the horses and the guns. When his hands found the bare skin of her waist, she let out a low, guttural sound, a surrender that was also a victory. The texture of the cold stone against her back contrasted sharply with the molten heat of his body. Silas's movements were rhythmic and urgent, a defiance of the mortality that awaited him on the battlefield. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and ragged. "You are the only thing that is real," he groaned, his voice breaking against her skin. Their union was an earthy, visceral thing. Every touch was a declaration of sovereignty over their own bodies, a refusal to let the war dictate the terms of their existence. Abigail felt the frost within her entirely consumed by the fire he brought. She realized that fighting for this, for the heat of a living man, for the connection that transcended ideology, was the only righteous war she would ever know. Later, as the moon climbed higher, a second encounter unfolded, this one slower, more rhythmic, and filled with a devastating tenderness. The desperation had been replaced by a deep, resonant awareness. Silas moved with a deliberate grace, his eyes never leaving hers. He traced the lines of her body as if memorizing a map that would lead him home. The molten heat of their connection was no longer a fire that burned, but a tide that carried them both. In the quiet of the cave, the power dynamic shifted. Silas, the soldier, surrendered his strength to her vulnerability, and Abigail, the pacifist, found the courage to claim him as her own. "Come back," she whispered into the silence. "Do not let the silence be the end." "I will find my way to the mint," he promised, his forehead pressed against hers. 1865. The war had ended not with a flourish, but with a long, exhausting exhale. The Kentucky hills were scarred, the tobacco barns empty, and the air held the metallic tang of old blood and new iron. Abigail was in the hollow, kneeling among the herbs. She was older, the lines around her eyes speaking of a woman who had survived the smoke of the past. She was gathering sage and thyme when the sound of a limping footstep on the limestone reached her. She didn't look up immediately. She couldn't. Her heart, once frozen, then melted, was now a fragile thing held together by hope. Then the scent rose. A foot stepped on a patch of wild mint. The aroma wasn't the bruised, sharp scent of their first meeting. It was bright, revitalizing, and incredibly strong. It was the scent of a thing that had been crushed and had returned with twice the vigour. Abigail stood. Silas Vance stood at the edge of the creek. He was thinner, a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw, and he leaned heavily on a hickory cane. The grey wool tunic was gone, replaced by a threadbare linen shirt that hung loose on his frame. But his eyes, those turbid, river-coloured eyes, were clear. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a man who had walked through the fire and found his way to the water. "I heard the silence," he said, his voice a ghost of its former self, "and I followed the scent of the mint." Abigail didn't speak. She crossed the creek, her feet splashing in the clear water. She met him in the centre of the bed, the water rushing around their ankles. She didn't offer a formal greeting. She simply reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his calloused ones. Behind them, the tobacco fields, once the source of their conflict and the scent of their longing, were being cleared. They weren't being replanted with the narcotic leaf of the past. Men were tilling the soil for corn. It was a shift from the smoke of the past to the sustenance of the future. Silas pulled her close, his cane clicking against the limestone. They pressed their foreheads together, the humid Kentucky air finally feeling like a blessing rather than a burden. "The war is over, Abigail," he whispered. "The war is over," she agreed. The final tableau was one of profound, lingering peace. The cinematic focus narrowed to their entwined hands. Silas's cavalry ring was long gone, traded perhaps for bread or passage. In its place was the simple, permanent weight of her touch. They stood in the hollow of whispers, but the whispers were no longer of ghosts or duty. They were the sounds of the water, the wind in the corn, and the steady rhythmic beat of two hearts that had survived the incineration. In the quiet, as the sun began to set, they shared a moment of tender, realistic intimacy, a simple kiss that tasted of salt, mint, and the incredible hard-won promise of tomorrow. The quiet return. The airport smelled of burnt coffee and recycled air, underlaid with something else, jet fuel perhaps, or the accumulated exhaustion of 10,000 travellers passing through. Margaret stood with her hands clasped before her, watching their son's back disappear into the security line. He was 20 now, confident in his shoulders, wearing the backpack they'd bought him just last week. When he turned to wave, just once briefly, his smile held no uncertainty, no shadow of homesickness. He was ready. He had always been ready. She felt David shift beside her, heard the small intake of breath that meant he was fighting something down. After 23 years of marriage, she knew all his tells, the way he pressed his thumb against his forefinger when he was anxious, the particular stillness he assumed when emotions threatened to overwhelm him. He was doing it now, going very quiet beside her, a man turned to stone. He didn't look back twice, she said, and was surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. No, David's voice was quiet, careful. That's good, isn't it? That's what we wanted. They had wanted it, had raised all 3 children to be sturdy and self-sufficient, to leave without tearing, without the terrible clinging that had marked Margaret's own departure from her mother's house 30 years ago. But now, standing in Terminal B while strangers rushed past with their urgent destinations and rolling suitcases and crying babies, Margaret felt the absence of urgency in herself like a physical thing, a hollowness. She and David had nowhere they needed to be. nothing pressing waiting for them at home. For the first time in 2 decades, they were simply unnecessary. "Coffee?" David asked. "I've had 3 cups already. My hands are shaking." "So have I." They stayed anyway, sitting at a small table near the windows, watching planes lift into the colourless dawn. The chairs were uncomfortable, moulded plastic designed to discourage loitering. The other patrons were mostly business travellers, typing urgently on laptops, their faces illuminated by blue screen glow. A janitor pushed a mop across the floor in wide, methodical arcs. Neither spoke. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. They had lived together for 23 years, had learned the architecture of each other's quiet, but it was no longer full. It was simply present, like furniture, like wallpaper, like all the things in a house you stop seeing because they've been there too long. Margaret watched a mother across the terminal trying to wrangle 2 small children into submission. The woman looked exhausted, her hair escaping from its ponytail, a stain of something, juice, yogurt, on her shirt. One of the children was crying, that particular pitch that goes straight through the skull. The mother's face held a grimness Margaret recognised, that expression of someone enduring rather than enjoying, just trying to get through the next 5 minutes and then the 5 minutes after that. "That was us," she said, nodding toward the woman. David followed her gaze. "God, yes. Remember that flight to Florida when Emma was 2? She screamed for 4 hours straight. The man in front of us actually asked if we could make her stop, as if we were choosing not to. You were so angry. I thought you might hit him. I wanted to." David's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. But then Emma threw up on him instead, and that seemed like justice enough. Margaret felt herself laugh, actually laugh, a sound that surprised them both. I'd forgotten that part. "I haven't. His face was—" David shook his head. "Pure poetry." The memory sat between them, warm and strange. When was the last time they'd laughed together? Really laughed. Not the polite chuckle that accompanied some shared observation about the news or the neighbours. When they finally rose to leave, David's hand briefly touched the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd. It was an automatic gesture, husbandly and protective, the kind of touch that meant nothing except habit. But Margaret felt the warmth of it through her coat, and wondered when touch had become so rare between them that she noticed it. When had his hand on her back become remarkable instead of ordinary? The drive home took 40 minutes through thickening traffic. David handled the morning rush with the same steady competence he brought to everything. Bill paying, dinner conversation, the careful architecture of their separate lives under one roof. Margaret watched the suburbs slide past, the same route they'd driven 1,000 times, ferrying children to practices and friends' houses and orthodontist appointments and birthday parties at bowling alleys, where the pizza was always terrible and the noise was always deafening. "I should start dinner early," she said as they pulled into the driveway. "Emma has that presentation tomorrow." David turned off the engine but didn't move. He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw something in his face she couldn't quite name. Sadness, maybe, or recognition. "Margaret," he said gently, "Emma's at college." She blinked. The garage door stood open before them, dark and empty. "Of course, I meant—" But she hadn't meant anything. The habit of feeding children, of planning meals around their schedules, had simply filled her mouth with words. Her brain still ran on the old rhythms: wake, feed, organise, manage, endure, even though there was no one left to feed. Inside, the house seemed larger. Thomas would be home from university in 3 months, but his absence had been familiar for 2 years now. Emma's room still smelled faintly of her perfume, but she called only twice a week, her voice bright with new independence. And now James, the middle child, the easy one, the boy who had never given them a moment's worry, was gone too. Margaret stood in the kitchen, staring at the refrigerator. She had bought groceries yesterday. Chicken breasts, fresh vegetables, the ingredients for meals that now seemed absurdly large. "We could order in," David said from the doorway. "We could. Or I could make pasta, the simple kind." She turned to look at him. He had loosened his tie, and in the afternoon light filtering through the window, she could see the grey threading through his hair more clearly than she had in years. When had that happened? When had she stopped looking? "I'll help," she said. They worked in the kitchen together, moving around each other with long practice. David chopped garlic while Margaret set water to boil. He had good hands, she noticed, careful and precise. Hands that had held their babies, built bookshelves, steadied her elbow when she slipped on ice. "Do you remember," David said, not looking up from the cutting board, "when James was 3 and he insisted on wearing his Superman cape to the grocery store?" Margaret felt herself smile. "He wore it for 6 months straight. I had to wash it at night while he slept. You cried the day it finally fell apart." "I didn't cry." "You did. I saw you." David scraped the garlic into the pan, and the kitchen filled with its sharp, warm scent. "You were standing at the washing machine holding that tattered red thing, and your shoulders were shaking." Margaret remembered. She remembered everything. The weight of that small cape in her hands, the knowledge that James would wake up and ask for it, and she would have to tell him it was gone, that he was too old for it anyway, that growing up meant letting things fall apart. "I should have sewn it," she said quietly. "You couldn't have saved it forever." The pasta water began to boil, too loud for conversation. Margaret measured out the spaghetti, watching it soften and bend in the heat. They ate at the kitchen table, just the two of them, and the silence was different now. Not empty, but full of things, unsaid. That night, Margaret couldn't sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to David's steady breathing beside her. They had shared this bed for more than 2 decades, but somewhere in the endless nights of infant feedings and childhood illnesses and teenage anxieties, they had learned to sleep separately within it. She on her side, he on his, an ocean of sheets between them. She thought about James at the airport turning to wave. She thought about the way David's hand had felt on her back. She thought about the last time they had touched each other with intention. 2. The days developed a new rhythm, slow and uncertain. Margaret still woke early. Her body, trained by years of infant feedings and school drop-offs, refused to sleep past 6:30. But instead of packing lunches and signing permission slips, she found herself reading the newspaper over coffee. Actually reading it, not just skimming headlines while simultaneously making breakfast and finding lost shoes and arbitrating sibling disputes. The silence of the house was profound. She could hear the refrigerator humming, the creak of the floors settling, the distant bark of the Hendersons' dog 3 houses down. David came down later, his hair still damp from the shower, smelling of soap and shaving cream. He would pour his coffee and sit across from her at the kitchen table, and they would exist in the same space without the buffer of children's chatter, without the blessed distraction of other people's needs. It should have been easy. They had longed for this, hadn't they? Those exhausted nights when the baby wouldn't sleep, and the toddler had an ear infection, and the preteen was having a meltdown about some social crisis at school. "Someday," they used to say to each other, "someday we'll have time for ourselves again." But now that someday had arrived, and neither of them quite knew what to do with it. "The Hendersons are selling their house," Margaret said one morning, pointing to the real estate section. The newspaper crinkled under her finger, and she noticed absently that her nails needed trimming. Already? They only moved in, 5 years ago? 6, right before Emma started high school. Everything was measured that way, Margaret realised. Before Thomas went to college, after James got his driver's licence, when Emma had braces. Their kids are grown, they're downsizing. She said it neutrally, but the word hung between them. Downsizing. as if children were inventory that had been sold off, as if the space they took up could simply be eliminated like clearing out a storage closet. David looked at her over his coffee cup. "Do you want to downsize?" "I don't know what I want." It was the most honest thing she'd said in years. The conversations began to unspool after that. Small admissions, tentative and testing. Margaret told him about the book she was reading. Not a summary, but what it made her feel. David described a piece of music he'd heard on the radio, how it had made him pull over to the side of the road just to listen. "I'd forgotten," he said, "that you could do that. Just stop and pay attention to something beautiful." They went for walks in the evening, circling the neighbourhood while the light faded. David pointed out houses they had admired when they first moved here, when everything was new and full of possibility. Margaret remembered the way they used to walk then, his hand in hers, talking about the family they would build. "We did it," she said one evening, pausing beneath a maple tree. "We built what we imagined." "We did. So why does it feel like we lost something along the way?" David was quiet for a long moment. A car passed, its headlights briefly illuminating his face. "I think we lost ourselves," he said finally. "Or maybe we just forgot to look." That night they sat together on the sofa, not at opposite ends as they usually did, but in the middle, their shoulders nearly touching. They were watching some forgettable programme, but Margaret was acutely aware of the small distance between them, the warmth radiating from his body. When David's hand moved to rest on the cushion between them, she stared at it. Long fingers, a callus on his thumb from where he held his pen. She remembered those hands on her skin, remembered the way he used to trace the curve of her hip in the darkness, wordless and reverent. "Margaret," he said, and his voice was rough. "I miss you. I'm right here. Are you?" She turned to look at him then, really look at him, and saw something she hadn't expected. Desire, naked and uncertain in his eyes. It frightened her, that look, not because it was unwelcome, but because she felt it echo in her own chest, fierce and terrifying. "I don't know how to do this anymore," she whispered. "Neither do I." But when he reached for her hand, she let him take it. His palm was warm, familiar and strange at once. They sat like that, hands joined, watching the television neither of them was seeing, and Margaret felt something unlock inside her chest. The fear came later, as she knew it would. Margaret lay awake at 3 a.m, David asleep beside her, and felt panic rising in her throat like water filling a drowning person's lungs. What were they doing? They had survived years of parallel living by not asking too much of each other, by accepting that love could be quiet and steady and safe, that it could exist in the margins of child rearing and bill paying and all the mundane necessities of a shared life. This new thing between them, this wanting, was none of those things. It was dangerous. She thought of all the ways they could hurt each other, all the ways they had already hurt each other, with silence and absence and the slow erosion of intimacy. The night she'd gone to bed crying about something. She couldn't even remember what, and he hadn't noticed. The year he'd been so consumed with work that she'd felt like a single parent, managing everything alone. The 1,000 small abandonments that had taught them both to stop reaching. What if they tried and failed? What if this rekindling was just the shock of the empty nest, a grief-stricken grasping at what used to be? What if they were two people who had grown so far apart that physical proximity couldn't bridge the distance? Worse, what if she opened herself to him again, let herself want him again, need him again, and he left? Not physically, but emotionally. What if he pulled away the moment she became vulnerable? Outside, rain had begun to fall, tapping against the windows. The sound was almost comforting, but not quite. Nothing was comforting at 3 a.m. when your heart was racing and your thoughts were spiralling, and the person sleeping peacefully beside you seemed like a stranger. The next morning, she was careful, polite. She made coffee and toast and kept her hands busy, wiping down counters that were already clean, reorganizing the spice cabinet, anything to avoid looking at him directly. David noticed. Of course he noticed. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Margaret." "I have errands to run." She left the house and drove aimlessly, ending up at the park where they used to take the children. The playground was full of young mothers, their toddlers shrieking with joy on the swings. Margaret watched them and felt impossibly old. Her phone buzzed. A text from David. "Wherever you are, it's okay. Take your time." She sat on a bench and cried. When she came home, David was in the garden, pulling weeds from the flower bed she had neglected all summer. He looked up when he heard the car but didn't come to her, didn't demand explanations. He just went back to his work, patient and present. Margaret stood at the window and watched him. His shirt was damp with sweat, his movements steady and methodical. He had always been like this, reliable, constant there, and she had mistaken reliability for the absence of passion, had thought that because he didn't speak of desire, he didn't feel it. But she remembered now, David had never been a man of words. He spoke in actions, in small gestures, in the way he noticed what she needed before she asked. He spoke in the garden he was tending because she had once mentioned loving roses. She went outside. The afternoon sun was warm on her shoulders, and the scent of earth and growing things filled the air. "David." He looked up, squinting against the light. "I'm afraid," she said. He stood slowly, brushing dirt from his hands. "Of what?" "Of wanting you. Of wanting this. Of everything changing." "Everything has already changed." "I know." She took a step closer. "That's what scares me." David crossed the space between them in 3 strides. He didn't touch her, but he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of him, could see the pulse beating in his throat. "I'm afraid too," he said. I've been afraid for years. Afraid that you'd wake up one day and realize you'd wasted your life on someone who couldn't give you what you needed. Someone who turned love into a list of responsibilities and forgot about joy." "David, let me finish." His hands were shaking. "I know I failed you. I know I let the marriage become something hollow. But Margaret, I never stopped wanting you. I never stopped loving you. I just stopped believing I had the right to ask for more." Margaret felt something crack open inside her. All the careful control, all the years of managing and enduring and surviving. She reached for him, and he caught her hands, and they stood in the garden like that, holding on, neither of them quite brave enough to close the final distance. "What if we break?" she whispered. "What if we don't?" The sun slanted through the trees, painting everything gold. Margaret looked at her husband, his lined face, his gentle eyes, his hands still holding hers like she was something precious, and made a choice. She kissed him. It was tentative at first, a question more than an answer, but David made a sound low in his throat and pulled her closer, and suddenly they were 23 again, standing in his college apartment, drowning in each other. Except this was better because it was earned, because they knew what they had nearly lost. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, David rested his forehead against hers. "Come inside," he said. "I fee." They moved through the house like sleepwalkers, hands joined, not speaking. Margaret felt her heart hammering against her ribs, felt the blood rushing in her ears. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, painting everything in shades of honey and amber. She was acutely aware of everything. The creak of the stairs under their feet, the smell of the jasmine candle she'd lit that morning, the particular way David's thumb moved across her knuckles as he led her upstairs, the bedroom. Door closed behind them with a soft click, and then they were alone in the dimness, the curtains drawn against the afternoon. Dust motes danced in the thin bar of light that escaped through the gap. David cupped her face in his hands, his palms warm against her cheeks. "Are you sure?" The question undid her. After 23 years, he was still asking permission, still treating her like someone whose answer mattered. She had forgotten this about him, this fundamental gentleness, this respect that had never wavered even when everything else between them had. She answered by kissing him again, deeper this time, her hands finding the buttons of his shirt. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she fumbled with the second button. He helped her, shrugging out of it, and she pressed her palms to his bare chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat, the warmth of his skin, the slight roughness of hair beneath her fingers. "I'd forgotten," she murmured, "how warm you are." His laugh was shaky, breathless. "I'd forgotten everything. How you taste, how you feel." He kissed her neck, her collarbone, the hollow at the base of her neck. "How you make that sound when I—" She did make a sound then, surprise and pleasure mingled, because his mouth had found the spot just below her ear that had always undone her, that he apparently still remembered after all these years of not touching. They undressed each other slowly, reverently, relearning the landscape of familiar bodies. Margaret traced the scar on his shoulder from the bike accident when James was 5. He'd been teaching the boy to ride without training wheels and had somehow ended up going over the handlebars himself. David kissed the stretch marks on her belly, the evidence of the children they'd made together, the silver lines she had once hated and now wore like battle scars. "You're beautiful," he said against her skin, his breath warm. "I'm older. So am I. We earned this." His hands moved, up her sides, making her shiver, making her arch toward him. "We earned each other, every line, every mark, every year." When they finally came together, it was not the frantic coupling of their youth, all urgency and inexperience. It was deliberate and intense, a conversation conducted in touch and breath, and the sounds they made without words. David moved above her with aching slowness, watching her face, and Margaret met his gaze and did not look away. This was not performance. This was recognition. She traced the line of his jaw, roughened now with afternoon stubble, the corner of his mouth, the small crescent scar above his eyebrow where he'd been hit with a baseball in 3rd grade. He caught her hand and kissed her palm, then her wrist, then the inside of her elbow, his mouth hot against her skin, and she felt herself unravelling, all the careful distance she had maintained for years dissolving in the heat of his attention. "Margaret," he breathed, and her name in his mouth was a prayer, a claim, a promise. God, Margaret. When they peeked together, it was like a door opening onto a room she had forgotten existed. A room full of light and air and the possibility of joy. She cried out, and he swallowed the sound with his mouth, his body shuddering against hers, his hands fisted in the sheets beside her head. Afterward they lay tangled in the sheets, sweaty and breathless, David's hand moving idly through her hair. She could feel his heart still racing against her side, could feel the tremor in his fingers. "I love you," he said, his voice raw. "I need you to know that. Not past tense, not in spite of everything. Just love, present, ongoing, you." Margaret turned in his arms to face him. His eyes were very blue, very clear, and there was something naked in them that made her chest ache. "I love you too," she said. "I think I forgot how to say it out loud, how to believe anyone wanted to hear it." "Then we'll practice." He kissed her forehead, her nose, her mouth. "Every day. We'll practice until it feels normal again." They made love again as the sun set, slower this time, exploratory and playful. Margaret discovered that David was ticklish behind his knee. David discovered that she liked having her hair pulled, just a little. They laughed and touched and learned each other again, and the years fell away like old skin. V. The house was quiet when Margaret woke. Early morning light filtered through the curtains, painting everything in shades of pearl and rose. David was still asleep beside her, one arm flung across her waist, his breath warm and steady against her shoulder. In sleep, his face looked younger, the worry lines smoothed out, his mouth soft. She lay very still, afraid to move, afraid to break whatever spell had been cast. Her body ached in unfamiliar places, good aches, earned aches. She felt tender and open, like something long frozen had finally thawed. But as the light strengthened and the world outside began to wake, birds singing in the oak tree outside their window, a car starting somewhere down the street, she understood that this was not a spell. This was not some temporary enchantment that would dissolve with daylight. This was a choice they would have to make again and again, every day for the rest of their lives. The choice to reach instead of retreat, to speak instead of silence, to risk instead of protect. David stirred, his eyes opening slowly. When he saw her watching him, he smiled. A real smile, unguarded and warm, the smile she remembered from their early days when everything was new and terrifying and wonderful. "Hi," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "Hi. Still here?" "Still here." He pulled her closer, kissing her temple, her cheekbone, the corner of her mouth. "Good. That's good." They rose eventually, moving through the morning routine with a new awareness of each other. Every casual touch was electric, his hand on the small of her back as he reached past her for the coffee mugs, her fingers brushing his as she handed him the milk, the way their knees touched under the table. David made coffee while Margaret showered, and she came down to find him standing at the stove making eggs, humming something under his breath. She paused in the doorway just watching him. He had put on an old sweater, the navy blue one with the fraying cuffs that she'd been threatening to throw away for 3 years. His hair was still messy from sleep, standing up in tufts at the crown where she'd run her fingers through it last night. "You're singing," she said. He turned, spatula in hand, looking sheepish. "I am, aren't I? Can't even carry a tune. I haven't heard you sing in years. I haven't had anything to sing about." He said it simply, without drama, but the words landed between them with weight. Margaret crossed the kitchen and wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She could feel the solid warmth of him, the rise and fall of his breathing. He covered her hands with his, and they stood like that while the eggs cooked, just breathing together, just being. The days that followed were not perfect. They still had difficult conversations, still navigated old hurts and new uncertainties. Margaret found herself angry one afternoon about something David had said, something thoughtless about her mother, and instead of swallowing it, she told him, actually told him. And instead of getting defensive, he apologised. Actually apologised without qualifications or excuses. "You're right," he said. "That was unkind. I'm sorry." She'd stood in the kitchen, dish towel in hand, staring at him like he'd spoken a foreign language. They talked about money, about retirement, about whether they should finally replace the ancient water heater. They talked about the year Emma was 12 and had stopped speaking to Margaret for a month, and how terrified Margaret had been that she'd lost her daughter forever. They talked about the night Thomas called from college, drunk and crying, admitting he'd failed 2 classes, and how David had driven 4 hours in the dark to bring him home. They talked, and in talking they remembered who they were, not just parents, not just co-managers of a household, but people with histories and fears and desires all their own. Margaret caught herself smiling at odd moments, folding laundry and remembering the way David had kissed the inside of her wrist that morning, driving to the grocery store and thinking about the way he'd looked at her across the breakfast table, reading in bed while David worked beside her, and feeling a contentment so profound it was almost painful. David touched her constantly, casually, a hand on her shoulder as he passed, fingers tangling with hers while they watched television, kisses dropped on the top of her head for no reason at all. As if he were making up for lost time, as if he were afraid she might disappear if he didn't keep reaching. When Emma called on Sunday, she heard it immediately. "Mum, you sound different. Are you okay?" Margaret looked across the room to where David sat reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, completely absorbed in whatever article had caught his attention. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up and winked. Actually winked, like they were conspirators in some delicious secret. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Better than fine. Is Dad there?" "Yes," Margaret said, warmth flooding through her. "He's here." She thought about telling Emma everything, about the airport and the garden and the way they had found each other again in the wreckage of an empty nest. About how sometimes the things you think you've lost forever are just waiting for you to remember they exist. But some things were too private, too precious to share. Some things were just for them. "We miss you," Margaret said instead. "Both of us. Very much. I miss you too. But Mum, you really do sound happy. Really happy." After she hung up, David came to sit beside her on the sofa, close enough that their thighs pressed together. "Everything all right?" "Everything's good." Margaret leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, breathing in the scent of him, laundry detergent and coffee and something essentially him that she'd loved since she was 22 years old. "Emma thinks I sound happy." "Do you? Feel happy?" She considered the question seriously. Happiness seemed too small a word for what she felt, this deep, abiding sense of rightness, of having come home to herself and to him, of having been lost and found herself found. "Yes," she said finally, "I do. Terrifyingly happy. Terrifyingly. Because I could lose it again. Lose you again. Lose us." David was quiet for a moment, his arm tightening around her. "You could," he said. "We could. That's always the risk, isn't it? That's what makes it worth something, knowing it's fragile, knowing we have to tend it." That evening they stood together in the kitchen, cooking dinner side by side. It was an ordinary moment, vegetables sizzling in a pan, music playing softly on the radio, the smell of garlic and wine in the air. But Margaret understood now that ordinary moments were the ones that mattered, that a marriage was not built on grand gestures, but on the small daily choice to be present with each other, to show up, to try. David set down his knife and turned to her, his expression serious. "I want to do this right," he said. "Not perfectly. I know we'll stumble. I know there will be days when we're tired or frustrated or when old patterns try to reassert themselves. But I want to really try, to really live with you, not just alongside you. I want that too. Then we'll figure it out, together." He picked up her hand, studied it like he was memorizing it. "We'll keep figuring it out every day until we get it right, and even then we'll keep trying." He kissed her, and Margaret tasted wine on his lips, tasted promise and commitment and the sweetness of second chances. When they pulled apart, she saw her whole future in his eyes, not the future she'd imagined at 20, full of romance and adventure and passionate declarations, but something better, a future built on honesty and effort and the deep knowledge of what they had almost lost, a future built on choosing each other again and again and again. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet and deep rose. The house was quiet around them, full of memories and possibility. Their children were out in the world, becoming themselves, strong and capable and ready, just as they'd hoped. And here in the kitchen, in the golden light of evening, two people who had loved each other for half their lives were learning to love each other again It was enough. It was everything. It was just the beginning. The end. What we borrow from tomorrow. The apartment existed at the intersection of aspiration and sterility. Glass and steel mostly. Walls that refused opacity. Furniture that suggested function without comfort. Dr. Marcus Webb had arranged it like an exhibition. Books alphabetized by author within subject, screens positioned at ergonomic angles, even the coffee maker calibrated to produce exactly 195 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything had its reason. Nothing had warmth. Outside, the city performed its nightly restlessness. Sirens and laughter, the hiss of tyres on wet pavement, lives unfolding in their glorious disorder. Marcus didn't watch anymore. The view had become data, traffic patterns, weather systems, the predictable pulse of urban metabolism. He had trained himself to see trends rather than moments, aggregates rather than individuals. It was a discipline born of necessity. 2 years ago he had been someone else, the ethical futurist whose TED talk on long-term thinking had gone viral, whose consulting firm advised governments on policy that might not bear fruit for generations. Then came the accident. Not quite an accident, really. An experiment. His own design. He had been developing a neural interface meant to enhance long-term cognitive modelling, a way to make the future feel as immediate as the present. The prototype had worked, after a fashion. It had also left him with tremors in his left hand, episodes of temporal disorientation, and a prognosis that made planning beyond 5 years an exercise in optimism he could no longer afford. The irony was not lost on him. He had spent his career advocating for decisions that privileged future generations, and now he barely had a future of his own. The university had been generous with disability leave. His colleagues had been kind. The media had been mercifully quiet. But Marcus knew what he had become, a cautionary tale, useful only as warning. His remaining work was cataloguing his own, failures for posterity. Which was why, when the department chair suggested a graduate assistant to help organise his papers, Marcus had initially refused. He didn't need a witness to his decline. He didn't need someone young and hopeful moving through his spaces, disturbing his careful equilibrium. But the chair had been insistent. Just for the semester. The student needs the funding. You need the help. Besides, it's Cora Brown. She's brilliant. You won't even notice she's there. He noticed. She arrived on a Tuesday morning with rain in her hair and an apology on her lips. "I'm so sorry I'm late. The bus." She stopped, took in the apartment, and her expression shifted to something between appreciation and unease. Wow, it's very organised. Marcus stood awkwardly near his desk, unsure where to position himself in his own space now that she had entered it. She was smaller than he'd expected, slight in a way that made her seem younger than her CV suggested. 26, the department chair had said, working on a dissertation about moral obligations across temporal distances. Perfect match, he'd said. "The files are here," Marcus gestured to 3 bankers' boxes. "Correspondence, lecture notes, research materials. They need to be digitised and catalogued according to the system I've outlined." He handed her a document, 12 pages of single-spaced instructions. Cora took it, scanned the first page, and smiled. Not the polite smile he'd expected, but something genuine and slightly amused. "You've alphabetized your filing system guidelines. Is that a problem?" "No, it's just very you. I mean," she caught herself. "Sorry, I've read your work. I meant it as a compliment. You're thorough." The word landed between them, innocuous and somehow cutting. Thorough. A polite way of saying obsessive, inflexible, impossible to please. Marcus felt the familiar defensiveness rising but tamped it down. She was here to work, not to understand him. The desk in the corner is yours. Internet password is on the router. If you have questions, I'll figure it out, Cora said. She was already moving toward the boxes, shrugging out of her rain-dampened jacket. Underneath she wore a sweater that had seen better days, jeans with frayed hems. Everything about her looked temporary, provisional. It irritated him. For the first week they maintained a careful distance. Marcus worked at his desk, Cora at hers. The apartment filled with the sound of typing, the occasional rustle of paper, the click of his fingers against his water glass when the tremors started. She never commented on the tremors. He noticed. But gradually, inevitably, their orbits intersected. She would ask a question about his handwriting. He would clarify a reference. She would bring him coffee, incorrectly made, too much cream, and he would drink it rather than explain the calibrated precision of his own brewing method. Small surrenders. One evening, as autumn light slanted through the windows, Cora looked up from a stack of correspondence and said, "Can I ask you something?" Marcus braced himself. Here it would come. The question about the accident, about his prognosis, about what it felt like to have your body betray your intellect. In your paper on intergenerational ethics, you argued that we owe future people the same consideration as present ones. But what about when the future is uncertain? What if we can't predict what they'll need or value? The question caught him off guard. It was good, sharp. We work with probabilities, he said slowly. We can't predict everything, but we can identify trends, likely outcomes. We plan for the most probable futures. But isn't that a kind of arrogance, assuming we know what's likely? She was leaning forward now, genuinely engaged. I mean, look at the last 50 years. Who predicted the internet, climate change, AI? We're terrible at prediction. So we should do nothing, make no plans? His voice had an edge now. No, we should be humble about our predictions, leave room for error, for change. She paused, then added more softly, for hope. The word hung in the air between them. Hope. Marcus wanted to laugh, to inform her that hope was a cognitive bias, a failure to properly assess probability. Instead he said, hope is not a strategy. No, Cora agreed, but maybe it's a prerequisite. After that, the arguments became routine. She would challenge his assumptions. He would defend them with increasing heat. They debated over coffee and through dinner. She had started bringing food, claiming she needed to eat anyway, and it was wasteful to cook for one. Marcus suspected charity but accepted it, because the alternative was admitting he'd been living on delivery and protein shakes. She brought disorder too. Music playing from her laptop. Nothing he recognised. Everything slightly too loud. Coffee cups appearing on surfaces he had designated non-beverage zones. Questions that disrupted his train of thought just when he had achieved focus. And laughter. God, the laughter. At first it had seemed inappropriate, almost offensive. How could someone laugh so freely in a space dedicated to serious intellectual work? But gradually he'd found himself listening for it, the way one might listen for birdsong after a long winter. One night, very late, Marcus's hand began to shake so badly he couldn't hold his pen. He sat there, willing it to stop, watching the tremors ripple up his forearm. Cora had been working across the room, but she must have noticed because suddenly she was beside him, her hand covering his. "It's okay," she said quietly. "You don't have to." Her touch was warm, steadying. The tremors didn't stop, but they mattered less somehow. Marcus looked at her, really looked, and saw concern without pity, care without condescension. She met his gaze and didn't look away. The moment stretched, charged with something he couldn't name, or wouldn't, because naming it would mean acknowledging it, and acknowledgement would require response, and response might lead to... She pulled her hand back. "I should go. It's late." "Yes," he managed. "Late." After she left, Marcus sat in the dark apartment and felt the absence of her like a physical thing. November arrived with its particular melancholy, the city wrapped in grey light and early darkness. Marcus found himself adjusting his schedule to match Cora's, working when she worked, taking breaks when she did, eating meals at her suggestion rather than his own carefully planned intervals. They had moved beyond cataloguing into something more ambitious, a complete revision of his unfinished manuscript on temporal ethics. It had been sitting, half done, since before the accident. He'd assumed he would never complete it, but Cora had read the draft and declared it too important to abandon. "Your framework is solid," she'd said, spreading printouts across his desk with characteristic disregard for his filing system. "But you're missing the human element. All this talk about future generations, they're abstractions to you. Numbers, probabilities. But they're people, Marcus. They'll fall in love and make mistakes and worry about things we can't imagine." "That's precisely why we need rigorous analysis," he'd countered. "Sentiment clouds judgment." Does it? Or does pure rationality miss something essential? She'd tapped one of his chapters. "Here, you argue we should make sacrifices now for people who don't exist yet. But you never address why. Why should we care about strangers who won't be born for decades? Because it's the right thing to do, ethically coherent. That's circular logic." She'd smiled then, not mockingly, but with something like affection. "Come on, Marcus, you're better than that. There has to be something deeper, some fundamental reason we extend our moral circle beyond ourselves." He'd thought about it for days after. Why did we care about future people? The utilitarian answer was straightforward. More happiness, less suffering, the greatest good. But Cora was right. That felt hollow, incomplete. There had to be something else. Some essential human impulse toward continuity, toward meaning that exceeded our own brief span. Late one evening, as they worked through a particularly thorny section on discount rates, Marcus found himself confessing something he'd told no one else. "Before the accident, I used to run these mental simulations, imagining myself at 60, 70, looking back on decisions I'd made. It helped me think long term, made the future feel real." He paused, staring at the screen. "I can't do that anymore. Can't imagine myself old. The simulation stops at 43, maybe 45. After that, it's just blank." Cora was quiet for a long moment. Then, "My mother died when I was 17. Sudden. No warning. For months after, I couldn't imagine any future at all. It felt dishonest, like I was assuming something I had no right to assume." "How did you get past it?" "I didn't exactly. I just started making smaller plans. Next week instead of next year, then next month. Eventually the horizon expanded again, not because I was certain of the future, but because I chose to act as if I had one." "That sounds like denial." "Or faith," she said softly. "Maybe they're not so different." They'd moved closer during the conversation, Marcus realised. Not deliberately, but gravitationally, as if proximity were the natural state between them. He could see the flecks of amber in her dark eyes, the small scar above her left eyebrow, the way her lips parted slightly when she was thinking. Cora. He wasn't sure what he meant to say. Wasn't sure he could say anything that wouldn't sound foolish or presumptuous or desperate. She leaned in, or he did. The movement was mutual, inevitable. His hand found her face, fingers trembling against her cheek. Her breath caught. The space between them contracted to nothing, and then his phone rang. They sprang apart. The moment shattered. Marcus grabbed the phone with shaking hands, his doctor calling to discuss his latest test results. He took the call in his bedroom, door closed, and when he emerged 15 minutes later, Cora was gathering her things. "Everything okay?" she asked, too casually. "Fine. Routine follow-up." A lie. The results had not been good. "You're leaving?" It's late, I should... She gestured vaguely toward the door. See you tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. But tomorrow was different. She arrived on time, worked efficiently, left promptly. The easy rhythm they'd developed, the arguments and laughter and comfortable silences, had been replaced by politeness, professional distance. Marcus told himself it was for the best. He had no right to want her, to need her. He was a dying man with nothing to offer but burdens. Still, the apartment felt emptier when she was gone. The silence that had once been peaceful now felt accusatory. His careful systems, the alphabetized books, the calibrated coffee maker, the 12-page filing protocols seemed suddenly pathetic. A desperate attempt to control an inherently uncontrollable existence. A week passed, then 2. They worked side by side like strangers. Marcus ached with the wrongness of it, but didn't know how to cross back to whatever they'd almost had. Cora seemed equally trapped. Her usual spark dimmed to something manageable and safe. Then, late on a Friday evening, she broke. "This is ridiculous," she announced, closing her laptop with more force than necessary. "We're adults. We can talk about it." Marcus looked up from his work, heart suddenly racing. "Talk about what?" "Don't." Her voice was sharp. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. We almost..." She stopped, regrouped. "Look, I get it. You're my supervisor, technically. There's a power dynamic, and you're dealing with serious health issues. The timing is terrible. I understand all the rational reasons why this is a bad idea." "It is a bad idea," Marcus said quietly. "I know, but that doesn't change how I feel." She was standing now, pacing. "God, do you know how frustrating it is? Working next to you every day, pretending I don't..." She cut herself off, colour rising in her cheeks. "Cora, no, let me finish. I'm not asking for anything. I just need you to know that this isn't... I'm not confused. I'm not some naive student with a crush on her professor. I see you, the real you, the brilliant, impossible, infuriating man who alphabetizes his filing instructions and drinks coffee at exactly 195 degrees and still believes, despite everything, that the future matters." Her voice softened. "I see you, Marcus, and He was across the room before he'd made a conscious decision to move. His hands found her face, and this time there was no phone to interrupt, no excuse to retreat. He kissed her the way a drowning man might grasp at air, desperately, gratefully, with the full knowledge that this might be his only chance. She kissed him back with equal fervour, her fingers tangling in his hair, her body pressing against his. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Marcus rested his forehead against hers. "This is still a bad idea," he whispered. "Terrible," she agreed, completely ill-advised. "I don't have much to offer. You have now. That's enough." "Is it?" The question was raw, vulnerable in a way he'd never allowed himself to be. "I can't promise you a future, Cora. Can't even promise you next year." She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. "I'm not asking for promises. I'm asking for honesty, for presence, for whatever time we have." A slight smile. "Remember what I said about making smaller plans? Next week instead of next year." "Exactly." She kissed him again, softer this time. "So, what's our plan for next week?" Marcus felt something shift in his chest, a loosening, like a fist unclenching after years of tension. "I suppose we should finish chapter 7, she laughed. "God, you're romantic. And maybe dinner, somewhere that isn't my apartment." "Better." She was smiling now, that full, uninhibited smile that had been absent for weeks. "What else?" "I don't know," he admitted, and then quieter. "Show me." For 6 weeks, Marcus lived in a state he could only describe as radical present tense. The future, that vast, unknowable country he'd spent his career trying to map, receded to the edges of his consciousness. What mattered was now. Cora's laughter over badly cooked pasta, her hand warm in his as they walked through Winterbear Parks, the way she sprawled across his precisely made bed, reading drafts of his manuscript and making notes in the margins. She'd moved some of her things into the apartment. A toothbrush, spare clothes, books that multiplied like living things across his surfaces. The disorder that had once irritated him now felt essential, evidence of life, of her. They worked on manuscript together, her optimism tempering his bleakness, his rigour sharpening her idealism. It was becoming something neither could have created alone, a work that acknowledged uncertainty without surrendering to despair, that demanded responsibility without requiring omniscience. "You know what this is about," Cora said one evening, curled against him on the sofa. "It's about love. Not the romantic kind, though that too, but the basic act of caring about someone you'll never meet. That's what binds us across time. We love forward." Marcus kissed the top of her head. "You're going to make me rewrite chapter 3, aren't you?" "Completely." She grinned up at him. "But you'll thank me when it wins awards." The call came on a Tuesday afternoon in early January. Marcus was in the kitchen making tea. Cora had finally broken him of his coffee-only habit when his phone rang. The Webb Institute, his former research foundation. He almost didn't answer. "Dr. Webb, this is Director Morrison. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." "Not at all." Professional autopilot. "Wonderful. I'll get straight to the point. The board has been discussing your legacy archive. We'd like to formalise it, create a comprehensive collection of your work, your research, everything. It would be housed permanently at the Institute, a complete scholarly resource." Marcus felt something cold settle in his chest. "I'm still working. The manuscript isn't—" Of course. But we want to begin the cataloguing process. Get ahead of things, so to speak. We're prepared to offer quite generous terms. Full funding for any research assistance you might need, and—" Morrison paused delicately. "We understand your health situation. We want to ensure your work is preserved. Whatever happens. Whatever happens." The euphemism hung in the air like smoke. "I'll think about it," Marcus said. "Please do. Oh, and Dr. Webb, we need a decision within the month. There's significant donor interest, but the funding window is limited." After he hung up, Marcus stood in the kitchen holding his cooling tea. A legacy archive. They were cataloguing him like he was already dead. Preserving his work because they assumed he wouldn't live long enough to produce more. They were probably right. "Who was that?" Cora emerged from the bedroom where she'd been video conferencing with her dissertation committee. "The Institute. They want to archive my work." "That's good." Her tone was uncertain. "It means they think I'm done. Finished. Worth preserving because I won't be producing anything new." "That's not—" "Marcus, that's a huge honour. It means your work matters. Will continue to matter. It means I'm a relic." The bitterness surprised even him. Cora was quiet for a moment. Then, "Actually, I got some news today too. A funding offer. Full ride for the next 3 years. Research stipend. Everything. From Stanford." Something plummeted in Marcus's chest. "Stanford? Yeah, it's incredible, actually. I'd be working with Brown and Parfit's former students. Access to resources I couldn't dream of here." She was trying to sound excited, but there was something strained in her voice. "When would you start?" "Full semester, if I accept." She moved closer, took his hand. "Marcus, I haven't decided anything. I wanted to talk to you first. You should go." The words came out flat, automatic. Cora's hand tightened on his. "I said I haven't decided. It's an extraordinary opportunity. You'd be foolish not to take it." "Don't do that." Her voice had an edge now. "Don't reduce this to a cost-benefit analysis. I'm being rational. One of us should be." She pulled her hand away. "You know what I think?" I think you're scared. I think good things are happening for both of us, and you're looking for reasons to sabotage them. I'm being realistic about my prognosis. No, you're using your prognosis as an excuse. She was fully angry now. You're so convinced that you don't deserve a future that you're willing to destroy the present to prove yourself right. The accusation hit like a physical blow. That's not fair, isn't it? You say you love me, but you won't even discuss the possibility of me staying. You won't consider that maybe I want to be here with you, regardless of what happens. Because it's not about what you want. The words erupted from him. Don't you see? You think you're choosing me, but you're choosing my disease, my decline. You're choosing to waste your brilliant career sitting vigil over a man who's already halfway gone. Cora's face went pale. Is that really what you think? That loving you is some kind of martyrdom? Some noble sacrifice? I think you're too young to understand what you're signing up for. God, you're so arrogant. Her voice was shaking now. You think you're the only one who gets to make hard choices? The only one who understands consequences? I know exactly what I'm signing up for, Marcus. The question is whether you do. What's that supposed to mean? It means you don't actually want me here. You want the idea of me, the grad student who makes you feel less alone, who validates your work. But the real me, the one who might need things from you, who might stay even when it gets hard. You can't handle that. It's too much risk, too much vulnerability. That's not true. Prove it. She was crying now, angry tears streaming down her face. Tell me you want me to stay. Tell me you're willing to try, even if it's scary, even if we don't know how it ends. Marcus opened his mouth, closed it. The words were there. I want you to stay. I love you. Please don't go. But they tangled in his throat, caught on the hooks of his terror. What if he asked her to stay and she regretted it? What if she wasted her youth on his death? What if loving him cost her everything and left her with nothing? The silence stretched between them, thick and poisonous. That's what I thought, Cora said, quietly. She grabbed her bag, her jacket. I'll come back for the rest of my things. Cora, don't. She paused at the door, not turning around. You were right about one thing. This was a bad idea. I just wish I'd realised it sooner. Then she was gone, and Marcus was alone in his perfectly organised apartment with its calibrated coffee maker and alphabetised books, and the sudden, devastating knowledge that he had just made the worst decision of his life. Marcus spent 3 weeks in a state that felt less like existence and more like suspended animation. He worked on the manuscript mechanically, each word extracted with pliers. The sections Cora had touched, her notes in the margins, her arguments woven through his, were unbearable to read. He tried to delete them, couldn't. She'd come back once as promised to collect her things. He'd made sure to be out. Couldn't watch her erase herself from his space. When he returned, the apartment looked exactly as it had before she'd arrived. Pristine, organised, empty. Even the mismatched coffee cup she'd favoured was gone. Only her scent remained faintly on the pillow she'd used. He told himself he'd done the right thing, the rational thing. She had her future now, unencumbered by his decline. She would go to Stanford, do brilliant work, find someone whole to love. He'd given her that. It should have felt noble. It felt like dying. The breaking point came on a Wednesday evening. Marcus was trying to work through a section on ethical uncertainty when his hand began to shake. Not the usual tremor, but something more violent, uncontrollable. The pen clattered to the desk. He watched his fingers spasm, useless and betraying, and something in him fractured. He thought of Cora's hand covering his that first time, the steadiness of her touch, the way she'd looked at him without pity, without fear, just presence. And suddenly he understood what she'd been trying to tell him. It wasn't about the future, probable or possible or planned. It was about being willing to show up day after day in the full knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. To love not despite uncertainty but within it. To choose connection even when, especially when, the outcome was unknown. He'd spent his career trying to make the future predictable, manageable, safe. But the future was never those things. The future was Cora, laughing in his kitchen. The future was risk and mess and the terrifying possibility of joy. And he'd thrown it away because he was too much of a coward to try. Marcus grabbed his phone with shaking hands, called Cora. It rang 4 times, went to voicemail. He hung up, called again, same result. On the 3rd attempt she answered. "Marcus, it's late." I was wrong. Silence on the other end, then, "About what?" "Everything. All of it." The words tumbled out. "You were right. I was scared. I am scared. Terrified, actually. Of needing you. Of letting you see me get worse. Of loving you and losing you and having to live with the fact that I had something precious and couldn't hold on to it. Marcus, please, let me finish." He took a shaking breath. "I spent my whole life trying to predict the future, model it, control it. And then the future happened anyway, and it broke me. Not the accident. That was just mechanics. But you were the thing I couldn't model or predict or control. You made me feel things I'd convinced myself I'd outgrown. Hope, want, the possibility that maybe, just maybe, I could have something good. And you pushed me away. Because I'm an idiot. A brilliant idiot who can model 50-year policy outcomes but can't figure out that love isn't a problem to be solved. It's a choice to be made. Over and over. Every day." He could hear her breathing on the other end, waiting. "I don't know how much time I have," Marcus continued. "Could be 2 years, could be 10. My doctors don't know. I don't know. But I know this. Whatever time I have, I want to spend it with you. I want to argue about my manuscript and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through my pristine apartment. I want to be scared with you. I want to hope with you. I want to learn how to live in the present tense. What about Stanford? Take it. Don't take it. Whatever you decide, I'll support you, but please," his voice broke, "please consider the possibility that you don't have to choose between your future and our future. That maybe they could be the same thing." The silence on the other end stretched so long Marcus thought she'd hung up. Then, "Where are you?" "Home. My apartment." "Stay there." She arrived 40 minutes later, hair wild from the rain, eyes red-rimmed. They stood in the doorway staring at each other. "You hurt me," Cora said finally. "I know. You made me feel like I was delusional for loving you. Like it was pathological or naive or..." "I was wrong. Completely, utterly wrong." Marcus stepped closer. "You weren't naive. I was terrified. And I took my fear out on the best thing that's ever happened to me. You can't do that again." Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "If we're going to try this, really try, you have to trust me. Trust that I know my own mind, that I can make my own choices about what I'm willing to risk." "I do. I will." He reached for her hands, held them gently. "I can't promise I won't be scared. Can't promise I won't mess up. But I promise I'll try. To be present. To let you in. To believe that we're worth the risk." Cora looked at their joined hands, then up at his face. "I turned down Stanford." His heart lurched. "Cora, not because of you. Not entirely. I realised something when I was considering it. All that prestige, those resources, they're incredible. But they're not what I need. What I need is to finish work that matters. Our work. The manuscript we've been building together. I can't do that from California." "You could have told me. We could have figured something out. You told me to go." The accusation was quiet but sharp. "I was an idiot. We've established this. A smile tugged at her lips despite herself. A brilliant idiot. The worst kind. Marcus pulled her closer. I love you. I should have said it before, but I was too busy being terrified and irrational and self-sabotaging. So I'm saying it now. I love you, Cora Brown. I love your disorder and your optimism and the way you argue with my footnotes. I love how you make terrible coffee and laugh too loudly and refuse to accept my careful predictions about the future. She was crying now, but smiling too. You really are terrible at romance. I know, but I'm trying. He wiped her tears with his thumbs. What do you say? Will you teach me? Instead of answering, she kissed him. And this time there were no interruptions, no retreats, no carefully maintained distance. Just two people choosing each other, fully and completely, in the face of an uncertain future. Later, tangled, together in his bed. Her bed now, their bed. Marcus felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Not happiness exactly, but something deeper. Permission. To want. To need. To be vulnerable and still worthy of love. Cora traced patterns on his chest, her touch light and unhurried. So, she said softly, what's our plan for next week? Marcus smiled into her hair. Finish chapter 8. Have dinner somewhere that isn't here. Maybe... He paused, testing the words. Maybe look at apartments. Together. She lifted her head to look at him. Really? This place is mine. Past tense. I want something that's ours. No alphabetized filing instructions? Maybe just a few. At her look, he laughed. Okay, fine. No filing instructions. But I draw the line at the coffee maker. Deal. She kissed him, soft and slow. What about the month after next? Don't know. What about it? Exactly. She settled back against him, her hand finding his, their fingers intertwining. That's the point. And for the first time in years, Marcus found he could live with not knowing. Spring came late that year, arriving not with fanfare but with gradual insistence. Buds forcing their way through bark, green asserting itself against grey. Marcus noticed it first from the new apartment's window, a smaller space than his old one, less meticulously organised but somehow more alive. They'd moved in together in February, a decision that felt both inevitable and radical. The apartment was a compromise. Cora's willingness to maintain some order, Marcus's willingness to accept some chaos. Books were still alphabetized, but not obsessively. The coffee maker still existed, but so did Cora's French press. They'd learned to negotiate space, both physical and emotional. The manuscript was nearly finished. They'd worked on it through winter, through Marcus's good days and bad ones, through Cora's dissertation deadline and his medical appointments. It had become a true collaboration, neither of their, voices dominant but woven together, his rigour and her heart, his caution and her hope. I think we're done, Cora announced one morning in April, reading through the final chapter. Or as done as we're going to be. We could tinker forever, but at some point you have to let it go into the world. Marcus looked at the document on his screen, 300 pages that had consumed the better part of 2 years. The title had changed from his original stiff formulation to something more honest. What We Owe Tomorrow, essays on love, responsibility, and uncertain futures. Do you think it's good? He asked. I think it's real, Cora said. That's better than good. The book went out to publishers in May. By June, they had 3 offers. Marcus chose the press that promised not to market it as his final work, or posthumous reflection, the ones that would let it exist simply as what it was. His health had stabilised, much to everyone's surprise. The tremors remained, and there were days when the temporal disorientation made work impossible. But there were also days, more of them now, when he felt almost normal. His doctors were cautiously optimistic. Marcus had learned to be the same. Cora had defended her dissertation in March and taken a postdoc at the university. She was working on a project about care ethics and temporal responsibility, building on the framework they'd developed together. Sometimes Marcus would find her at her desk at 2 a.m, lost in thought, and would pull her to bed with gentle insistence. "You can finish tomorrow," he'd say. "Maybe," she'd reply, "but probably not." Then she'd grin. "Good thing we don't have to finish everything in one day." One evening in late June, as summer light stretched golden across the city, Marcus did something he hadn't done since before the accident. He opened his future modelling software, the same program that had once consumed his days, the one that had stopped at age 45 with nothing beyond but blank. Cora looked over his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "An experiment." He began entering variables, not the broad societal ones he'd once focused on, but something more personal. Small plans, next month, next year. A conference they might attend together. A sabbatical they'd discussed. The book tour, if the book did well. Holidays with Cora's family, whom he'd met and who'd welcomed him with surprising warmth, despite the age difference and his condition. The projection extended. 46, 47, 50. The numbers felt less certain than they once had, but somehow more real. "What do you see?" Cora asked softly. "Possibilities," Marcus said. "Not certainties, not even probabilities. Just options. Things that might happen if we're lucky," she finished. "If we choose well. If we keep showing up." "Yes." He closed the program, turned to face her. "I have a question." "Okay. It's probably too soon. Definitely not rational. But I've learned that waiting for the perfect moment is another form of cowardice." Cora's eyes widened. "Marcus, I don't have a ring. Haven't planned a speech. I'm doing this all wrong." He took her hands, felt the familiar tremor in his own. "But here's what I know. I want to make plans with you. Not just for next week or next month, but for years. As many as we get. I want to argue about footnotes and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through our lives. I want to be scared with you and hopeful with you and present with you." Tears were already streaming down her face. "So," Marcus continued, voice shaking, "will you marry me? Knowing that I can't promise you forever, can't even promise you next year with certainty, but can promise you that I will show up every day for as long as I possibly can." Cora laughed through her tears. "That is possibly the least romantic proposal in history." "I know, I'm terrible at this." "You really are," she kissed him soft and certain. "Yes, absolutely yes." They were married in September, a small ceremony in the university chapel. Cora wore blue. Marcus managed to get through his vows without his hand shaking too badly. Their friends and colleagues filled the pews, a community neither had fully appreciated until they'd needed it. During the reception, Marcus's former department chair pulled him aside. "I have to admit, when I suggested Cora as your assistant, I was just trying to help her with funding. I had no idea." He gestured at the celebration, at Cora laughing with her friends across the room. "Neither did I," Marcus said. "I thought I was finished, done, but it turns out I was just waiting to begin." The book published in November to unexpected acclaim. Reviewers praised its honesty, its refusal to offer easy answers, its insistence that uncertainty was not the same as hopelessness. It became required reading in philosophy departments, policy programs, even medical ethics courses. But what mattered most to Marcus was a letter he received 3 months after publication from a woman in Oregon. She'd been diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's at 38, she wrote, and had been preparing to die. Then she'd read the book. It hadn't changed her prognosis, she said, but it had changed how she thought about the time she'd left. She was making plans again. Small ones, yes, but plans nonetheless. Marcus showed the letter to Cora, who cried over it and then insisted they frame it. "This is why," she said. "This is why we care about the future. Not because we can control it, but because our choices echo. We love forward." On their first anniversary, Marcus and Cora stood at the window of their apartment as dawn broke over the city. The view was nothing like his old place, less impressive, more human-scaled, but it was theirs. "What should we plan for next year?" Cora asked, leaning back against him. Marcus thought about it. A year ago he wouldn't have been able to answer. The future had been a wall, impenetrable and close. Now it stretched before him, uncertain but navigable. "A trip," he said. "Somewhere we've never been. Maybe Greece. You've always wanted to see the Parthenon. We could work on the new project there, the one about hope as epistemic virtue." "We could?" He kissed the top of her head. "What else?" "I don't know." She turned in his arms, smiled up at him. "That's the beauty of it, isn't it? We don't have to know. We just have to choose." The sun broke fully over the horizon, washing the room in gold. Marcus watched the light touch everything, the books on their shelves, the coffee maker and French press coexisting on the counter, the ring on Cora's finger that matched his own. Outside, the city was waking up. People were making plans, small and large. Some would work out, many wouldn't. But they were trying, all of them, to build futures from the uncertain present. Marcus thought about the title of their book, What We Owe Tomorrow. They owed tomorrow honesty. He'd come to understand, not certainty but presence, not predictions but choices, the willingness to show up, to try, to love forward into the unknown. "Ready?" Cora asked. He knew she was talking about breakfast, about starting their day. But the question felt larger somehow. Ready for what came next? For the uncertain future they were building together? "Yes," Marcus said, and meant it. The end. The Duelist's Promise. The salle d'armes on the Rue Saint-Honoré kept its secrets behind shuttered windows and a discreet brass plate that caught lamplight but revealed nothing. Inside, the air held the particular stillness of a room where violence had been practiced into art. The faint scent of lamp oil, leather, and honest sweat. The scrape of boot leather on polished wood. Christophe Valmont arrived precisely at the 9th hour, as was his custom in all things. The November rain had followed him from the Palais Royal, darkening the shoulders of his coat, and he shook the water from his hat with the same measured economy he brought to every gesture. He was a man who moved as though each action had been weighed beforehand and found just sufficient. The foyer was empty save for a single candelabra and the distant whisper of steel meeting steel. Valmont removed his gloves finger by finger and waited. He had learned patience in harder schools than this. The instructor appeared without preamble, emerging from the practice hall with a blade still in hand, not brandishing it, merely carrying it as one might carry an extension of one's own thought. The weapon found its place on the wall rack with a precision that spoke of ritual rather than habit. "Monsieur Valmont?" The voice was carefully modulated, neither high nor particularly low, the accent educated Parisian with something underneath it, not quite erased, not quite rural. "You're prompt. I do not waste the time of masters." A slight inclination of the head acknowledged the courtesy. The instructor was perhaps 30, slender in the manner of men who favour endurance over strength, dressed in the simple dark coat and breeches that served for teaching. Dark hair was clubbed back severely. The face was clean-shaven, fine-boned, unremarkable until one noticed the eyes, grey as winter rain, and watching with an attention that felt like being weighed on scales one could not see. "I am called Beaulieu," the instructor said, "and I'm told you wish to improve your defence." "I wish to remain alive," Valmont replied. "I have been challenged 3 times this year alone, twice by men who had some justification, once by a fool who believed reputation could be borrowed at sword point. And the outcomes? 2 recoveries, 1 burial." Beaulieu's expression did not change, but something flickered in those measuring eyes. Not judgment exactly, but assessment. You come to me to increase that proportion, or to decrease your need for it. The latter, if possible, the former, if not. Honest, at least. Beaulieu moved to the weapons rack and selected 2 practice rapiers, testing each for balance before choosing one and extending it hilt first. We begin. The first lesson was revelation. Valmont had studied with 2 previous masters, one who had taught him to kill efficiently, another who had taught him to make it appear beautiful. Beaulieu taught him that he had been fighting as though his body were an instrument to be commanded rather than a language to be spoken. "You think too much," Beaulieu said, after the 5th exchange had ended with Valmont's blade knocked aside almost contemptuously. "Your mind decides, then instructs your arm. By the time the message arrives, your opponent has already moved. Then how? Stop thinking with your head." The practice blade tapped once against Valmont's solar plexus. Not hard, but present. Impossible to ignore. "Think here, where breath lives. Your body knows things your mind is still debating." They worked for an hour, and Valmont found himself disassemble like a pocket watch, each component examined and found wanting, then slowly, carefully, put back together in a configuration that somehow made more sense than the original. When Beaulieu finally called halt, Valmont was breathing hard, his shirt clinging to his back beneath his waistcoat. "You have good instincts," Beaulieu said, wiping down the practice blade with a cloth. "They have been trained out of you by men who preferred system to sense. And you prefer sense to system? I prefer students who survive to students who die beautifully." Valmont found himself smiling, a rare expression, and one that felt strange on his face. "Then we are well matched in our goals." Something passed between them then, a current of understanding that had nothing to do with swordplay. Beaulieu looked away first, busying hands with returning the weapons to their proper place. "Same time tomorrow, Monsieur Valmont, if you will have me." The words hung in the air a moment longer than strictly necessary. Then Beaulieu nodded, once, and disappeared back into the practice hall. Valmont walked home through rain-slick streets, and could not say why his pulse still beat faster than the walk demanded. The lessons became ritual, 3 times weekly, then 4, then 5. Valmont found excuses to appear on days when no lesson was scheduled. Question about footwork, a request to observe other students, a simple desire to verify that Beaulieu's other pupils received the same fierce attention he did. They did not. He watched from the shadows of the observation gallery as Beaulieu worked through the prescribed forms with wealthy merchants' sons and minor nobility. Patient, professional, competent. But there was none of the crackling intensity that characterized their own sessions, none of that peculiar current that made the air feel charged, electric. Valmont told himself this observation was professional interest. He was unconvincing even to himself. It was during the 7th week that things shifted. They had been working on deceptive distance, the art of appearing farther away than one truly was, when Beaulieu stepped in to adjust Valmont's stance. Hands on his hips, turning him incrementally, a light touch at the small of his back. "Here," Beaulieu said, and the voice was closer than it had ever been. Warm breath against Valmont's ear. Feel how the weight shifts, not leaning, centering. Valmont felt considerably more than the shift in his weight. He felt the heat of Beaulieu's body near enough to warm his shoulder blades. He felt his own pulse hammering against his throat. He felt the sudden, overwhelming awareness that they were alone in the practice hall, the afternoon light slanting through high windows, and that Beaulieu's hands had stilled on his hips but had not moved away. "Like this?" His own voice came out rougher than intended. A pause. Then Beaulieu stepped back cleanly, completely. Yes, exactly like that. They didn't speak of it, but Valmont noticed afterward how carefully they avoided contact. How Beaulieu demonstrated at a distance, using words where touch had served before. How they both pretended this was normal, expected, how it should be. The pretense lasted 3 days. "Tell me," Valmont said during a rest between exercises, "why did you become a master of arms?" Beaulieu was drinking water from a plain glass and paused mid-swallow. Set the glass down with care. An unusual question. Is it? Men usually have reasons for their professions. And what is yours, Monsieur Valmont? Why does a gentleman of obvious education and means make himself famous for duelling? I asked first. A flicker of something that might have been amusement. Very well. I learnt the blade because it was the one skill that could not be taken from me. A man with a sword and the knowledge to use it need never be powerless. A man, Valmont repeated softly. The grey eyes met his, perfectly level, perfectly opaque. Yes. The silence stretched. Valmont had built a career on reading men, on seeing through their masks to the fear or rage or desperation beneath. Beaulieu's face gave him nothing, and yet that very blankness spoke volumes, a wall raised with too much care. I duel, Valmont said finally, because I am very good at it, and because men mistake courtesy for weakness. I find it useful to remind them otherwise. And do you enjoy it? The reminding? No. The word was honest, stripped of artifice. I enjoy very little, Beaulieu. I do what I do well because it is what I know how to do. A sad epitaph, but an honest one. Beaulieu picked up the practice blade again, weighed it, set it down. Honesty is expensive. Everything worth having is. Their eyes met again, and this time neither looked away. The moment extended, fragile and weighted, until somewhere in the building a door banged shut and they both startled like conspirators caught in the act of plotting. Again, Beaulieu said, and the professional mask was back in place, from the third guard. But Valmont noticed as they moved through the forms how Beaulieu's breathing had changed, how those careful hands trembled, almost imperceptibly, before finding their certainty again. He noticed, and he wondered what it meant that he had been watching closely enough to see. Winter settled over Paris with unusual ferocity. The Seine glazed with ice at its edges. The poor froze in their garrets while the wealthy built their fires higher and attended more salons, as though the concentration of warm bodies and warmer wine could hold back the cold through sheer collective will. Valmont found himself attending fewer such gatherings. His evenings were occupied with thoughts he could not quite name, and his mornings with anticipation of the lessons that had become the fixed points around which his days revolved. They had developed a custom of extending their sessions beyond the prescribed hour. Sometimes Beaulieu would ask about Valmont's opponents, what tells they had displayed, how he had read their intentions. Sometimes Valmont would press for details about Beaulieu's philosophy of the blade. The conversations meandered, circled, approached intimacy without ever quite breaching it. It was during one such extension, with the December light already failing and the practice hall lit more by shadow than by candles, that Beaulieu said something unexpected. "You asked once why I chose this profession." Valmont looked up from the bench where he'd been catching his breath. "You answered, power, independence." I answered partially. Beaulieu was standing by the window, silhouetted against the last of the daylight, face unreadable. "The full truth is that I chose it because I had no choice, because the alternative was to be something I could not bear to be. And what was that? Powerless, dependent, confined to a life where every freedom must be begged for, every desire filtered through another's permission." The words hung in the cold air. Valmont rose slowly, drawn forward by something he could not name. "That is not the life of most men." "No," Beaulieu agreed quietly. "It is not." The understanding hit him like a blade slipping past his guard. Clean, sharp, irrevocable. The careful neutrality of clothing. the voice pitched just so, the way. Beaulieu never attended the social gatherings where students invited their masters to be seen, to make connections, to build reputation through association. The walls, Valmont thought. All those careful walls. I see, he said. Beaulieu turned from the window, and for the first time since they'd met, that composed face showed something raw. Do you? I think so. Valmont took a step closer, then another. You live as you must, not as you were told you should. At considerable cost. All freedom has a price. And if the price is discovery, scandal, the loss of everything I have built? Valmont was close enough now to see the tension in Beaulieu's throat, the pulse beating visible beneath skin. Close enough to notice details he had trained himself not to see. The curve of a lip, the delicacy of bone structure, the particular quality of fear mixing with something that might have been hope. Then I would say, Valmont replied, and his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper, that you have built something remarkable enough to be worth defending. Beaulieu's breath caught audibly. Why are you here, Valmont? Truly? I don't know. The admission cost him. I came to learn the blade. I stayed because... He stopped, started again. I have spent my entire life learning to read people, to see through their presentations to the truth beneath. And you, I cannot read you. Every time I think I have found the pattern, you shift. It drives me to distraction. Is that what you want? To solve me like a puzzle? No. The word was immediate, certain. I want to know you. The difference is considerable. The grey eyes searched his face, looking for the lie, the trap, the inevitable betrayal. Valmont held himself still and let himself be examined. He had nothing to hide that mattered. If you knew me, Beaulieu said finally, you might be disappointed. I doubt that. Or horrified. I have killed 3 men, Beaulieu. I'm not easily horrified. A ghost of a smile touched those careful lips. You killed men who were trying to kill you. That is different from what I am. And what are you? The question hung between them. Beaulieu looked away toward the darkening window, toward anything but Valmont's face. I am someone who should send you away before this goes any further. But you won't. No. The word was quiet, defeated, strangely triumphant. God help me, I won't. Valmont reached out, slowly, telegraphing the movement, giving Beaulieu every chance to step back, and touched fingertips to the back of a hand. The contact was electric. Beaulieu flinched but did not pull away. What are we doing? Beaulieu whispered. I don't know, but I find I no longer wish to stop. They stood like that as the light failed completely, touching only at that single point of contact, breathing the same air, balanced on the edge of something neither of them had words for. Finally Beaulieu pulled back, but gently. You should go. I have students in the morning. And tomorrow? Our lesson? Tomorrow. A pause. Yes, tomorrow. Valmont collected his coat and hat, moving through the familiar ritual of departure. At the door he turned back. Beaulieu was still standing by the window, a dark shape against darkness. Thank you, Valmont said, for your honesty. It may be the most foolish thing I have ever done, or the bravest. He left before Beaulieu could reply, but he carried the image with him through the frozen streets, that solitary figure, silhouetted and still, wrapped in shadows that were both armour and prison. The lessons continued, but something fundamental had shifted. They no longer avoided contact. When Beaulieu adjusted Valmont's grip, the touch lingered. When they worked close-quarter techniques, they stood nearer than strictly necessary, until Valmont could smell the faint scent of soap and steel, could see the fine texture of skin at Beaulieu's throat. They talked more freely now. Beaulieu spoke, carefully, in fragments. about a childhood in Normandy, a family that had expectations that could not be met, a decision made in desperation and maintained through discipline. Valmont found himself reciprocating with truths he had not voiced in years, the loneliness of his reputation, the exhaustion of maintaining walls, the creeping suspicion that he had turned himself into exactly the kind of man he had once despised. "Then change," Beaulieu said simply. "It is not so easy as that." "Nothing worthwhile is easy. But you're not carved in stone, Valmont. You can become something else." "And what would you have me become?" Those grey eyes met his, direct and devastating. "Happy. I would have you become happy." The words struck him with unexpected force. When had anyone cared for his happiness? When had he? "And you?" Valmont asked. "Are you happy?" Beaulieu considered the question seriously. "I am free. It is not the same thing, but it is not nothing. It should be both. Should, yes, but we live in the world as it is, not as it should be." Valmont caught Beaulieu's hand, not a touch this time, but a grasp, firm and sure. "Then we change the world. You cannot be serious." "I have never been more serious." Beaulieu stared at their joined hands, then up at Valmont's face. "You understand what you're suggesting? The risk? Not just to me, but to you as well? Association with someone like me could what? Damage my reputation as a duelist? Beaulieu, I am already notorious. What is one more scandal to a man who has built his life on the edge of propriety? This is different." "Yes," Valmont agreed, "it is, because I have never cared before." The admission hung between them. Beaulieu's fingers tightened on his, a convulsive grip that betrayed everything the careful face tried to hide. "This is madness," Beaulieu whispered. "Then let us be mad together." The rumour started as such things always did, with a whisper in a salon, a raised eyebrow, a question that was not quite a question. Valmont heard it first at the Countess de Brienne's Wednesday gathering, from a man whose name he could never quite remember, but whose talent for malicious gossip was legendary. "I hear you have taken up with Beaulieu," the man said, his tone carefully neutral. An unusual choice of master, is it not? Valmont kept his expression bored. Unusual in what regard? "Oh, merely that no one seems to know anything about him. No family, no history. Rather mysterious for someone teaching the sons of the best families, wouldn't you say?" "I would say that a man's skill with a blade matters more than his genealogy." Of course. Still, one does wonder. There is something odd about him, don't you think? Something not quite. The man trailed off, his implication hanging in the air like smoke. Valmont excused himself before he did something regrettable, but the poison had been planted. He began to notice other things. The way conversation would still when he entered a room. The knowing looks exchanged between acquaintances. The invitations that had been extended were now quietly withdrawn. Paris society had caught the scent of scandal, and like wolves, they were circling. Valmont went to the salle d'armes earlier than usual the next day, his mood black. Beaulieu took one look at his face and set aside the practice blades. "What has happened?" "They are talking, asking questions." Beaulieu went very still. "About me?" "About us." "There is no us. You are my student. I am your instructor. Do not insult my intelligence, Beaulieu. We both know what this has become. Then we must end it." The words came out flat, final. "Immediately, before you are damaged beyond repair." "I don't care about—" "You should." Beaulieu's composure cracked, voice rising. "You should care, Valmont. You have a name, a position, a future. I have nothing but this." A gesture at the practice hall, bitter and encompassing. "And even this is built on a lie that could collapse at any moment. I will not drag you down with me." "That is not your decision to make, isn't it?" You think you understand what you're risking, but you don't. You cannot. You have never had to hide what you are, never had to wake each morning and put on a mask so complete that you sometimes forget what lies beneath it. Valmont stepped closer, but Beaulieu retreated, maintaining distance. Then let me know you. Let me see beneath the mask. No. Why? Because if you truly knew me, you would leave. Everyone does, in the end. I am not everyone. You're exactly like everyone. The words were sharp, cruel, designed to wound. You see what you wish to see, some romantic notion of forbidden love, some adventure to relieve the tedium of your privileged existence. But when reality intrudes, when the scandal becomes real and the costs become clear, you will do what all men of your class do. You will protect yourself and sacrifice what is inconvenient. The accusation stung, precisely because Valmont could not entirely deny it. How many times had he done exactly that? How many people had he discarded when they became complicated, problematic, embarrassing? I am trying to be different, he said quietly. Trying is not enough. Not in this. Then what would be enough? Beaulieu looked at him with something that might have been grief. Nothing. There is nothing you can do, Valmont. The world is what it is. We are what we are. And some gaps cannot be bridged, no matter how much we might wish otherwise. I don't believe that. Then you are a fool. The word hung between them, and Valmont felt something in his chest constrict. If that is what you think of me, then perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should go. He turned toward the door, waiting, hoping for Beaulieu to call him back. But only silence followed him into the cold December morning. 3 weeks passed. Valmont did not return to the salle d'armes. He threw himself into his old life with savage determination, accepted every invitation, attended every gathering, made himself visible and sociable and utterly conventional. It did not help. The rumours persisted, growing more elaborate with each retelling. Valmont had been seen entering Beaulieu's establishment at odd hours. Valmont had cancelled social engagements to meet with his instructor. Valmont had been observed looking at Beaulieu with an expression that was decidedly unmasterly. And beneath the gossip, a darker current. Questions about Beaulieu's past, speculation about the instructor's origins, whispers that became more pointed, more dangerous. Valmont heard them and felt sick with complicity. By pulling away, by trying to protect his own reputation, he had only drawn more attention to the very thing he had hoped to shield. He had also, he realized with growing clarity, made the worst mistake of his life. On the 23rd day of his self-imposed exile, he received a note. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the message was clear. You were right. Some gaps cannot be bridged, but perhaps they do not need to be. Perhaps we need only build a bridge strong enough to span them. Beaulieu post-scriptum. I lied. I am not brave enough to do this alone. Valmont read the note 3 times. Then he pulled on his coat and went out into the snow. The salle d'armes was dark when he arrived, but the door was unlocked. Valmont climbed the familiar stairs with his heart hammering against his ribs, uncertain what he would find, knowing only that he could not turn back now. Beaulieu was in the practice hall, standing in a shaft of moonlight that fell through the high windows. No candles, no pretense, just that solitary figure, waiting. You came, Beaulieu said quietly. Did you doubt I would? Yes. The honesty was stark. I have spent 3 weeks preparing myself for your absence. Valmont crossed the space between them, and this time he did not stop at a careful distance. He came close enough to see the shadows beneath Beaulieu's eyes, the tension held in shoulders and jaw, the way hands clenched and unclenched at those sides. I owe you an apology, Valmont said. You were right. I didn't understand the risk. I didn't understand what I was asking of you. And now? Now I understand that I was wrong. Not about wanting to know you, that desire has not diminished. but about thinking it could be simple, or easy, or without consequence. Beaulieu closed eyes, a gesture of something that might have been pain or relief. The consequences have already begun. There is an investigation. One of my students, his father has connections with the Lieutenant General of Police. Questions are being asked about my background, my credentials, my right to teach. Then we leave Paris. And go where? Live how? Valmont, you're not thinking clearly. I am thinking more clearly than I ever have. He reached up, slowly, carefully, and touched fingertips to Beaulieu's face. The skin was cold from the winter air. I am thinking that I have spent my entire life being what others expected me to be. I am thinking that I am tired. I am thinking that when I am with you, I remember what it is to want something more than mere survival. Beaulieu's eyes opened, and they were bright with unshed tears. You would give up everything? Your name, your position, your entire life? My entire life is duels and salons and endless crushing loneliness. What exactly am I giving up? The possibility of something better, a conventional marriage, children, respectability. I don't want conventional, I want... Valmont stopped, searching for words adequate to the feeling in his chest. I want you, just as you are, whoever you are. You don't even know who that is. Then show me. The challenge hung between them. Beaulieu searched his face, looking for the weakness, the doubt, the moment where conviction would falter. Valmont held himself still and open, offering nothing but truth. Finally, Beaulieu stepped back, reached up to the ribbon that held back that dark hair, untied it with hands that trembled only slightly. Hair fell loose around a face that Valmont had studied for months without truly seeing. Still the same grey eyes, the same fine bones, the same mouth he had tried not to stare at, but different now, revealed. My name is not Beaulieu, she said quietly. It is Madeleine Beaulieu, if you prefer, and I am what you have likely already guessed. A woman, Valmont said, meeting her eyes. Madeleine, I have known this truth for months. I was only waiting for you to feel safe enough to share it. Yes. Teaching swordplay to men who would have you arrested if they knew. Yes. Living alone, unprotected, building a life from discipline and deception. Yes. Valmont let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. My God, you are magnificent. Of all the reactions Madeleine might have expected, this was clearly not among them. She blinked, and a single tear escaped to track down her face. You're not horrified. Horrified? I am awed. I am humbled. I am entirely undone. He cupped her face in both hands, thumbs brushing away the wetness at her cheeks. And I am more certain than ever that I would be a fool to let you go. Valmont. Christophe. My name is Christophe. Christophe. His name in her mouth sounded like a prayer. This cannot work. You must see that. I see that it will be difficult. I see that we will have to be cleverer than those who would destroy us. I see that we will likely have to leave Paris, reinvent ourselves, build something entirely new. He leaned forward until their foreheads touched. And I see that I do not care, because the alternative is to live without this, without you, and I find I cannot bear it. You're either very brave or very stupid. Can I not be both? She laughed, a sound that was half sob. You're impossible. I am in love with you. It amounts to the same thing. The words fell into silence. Madeleine pulled back just far enough to search his face. You cannot mean that. I have never meant anything more in my life. We have known each other mere months. I have known you every day of those months. I have seen you patient with fools, fierce with competence, careful with truth. I have watched you move through the world as though it might devour you at any moment, and yet you do not hide. You simply become sharper, quicker, more absolutely yourself. His grip on her face gentlened, became a caress. How could I not love you? You love an illusion. I love a woman brave enough to become a man to claim her freedom. I love a swordsman who fights as though every blade were a prayer. I love... He kissed her forehead, her temple, the corner of her mouth. You, however you choose to exist in this world. Madeline made a sound that might have been surrender. Her hands came up to grip his coat, holding him close even as her body trembled. If we do this, if we truly do this, there is no safety, no guarantee. We could lose everything. We could, but we could also gain something worth having. And what is that? Each other. Is that not enough? She looked at him for a long moment, and he saw the exact instant when the walls came down, saw vulnerability and desire and fear and hope chase across her face like clouds across the moon, saw the moment when she decided to trust him. Yes, she whispered. God help me. Yes, it is enough. He kissed her then, finally, inevitably. Her mouth was soft against his, tentative at first, then hungry. She tasted like winter and salt and something he could not name but would remember forever. They broke apart only to breathe, foreheads pressed together, hands tangled in each other's clothes. What do we do? Madeline asked against his mouth. Now or in general? Both. Christophe pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. In general, we plan. We find a way to disappear from Paris before the investigation finds what it is looking for. We go somewhere we can be what we need to be, together. And now, he smiled, and it was not the careful expression he showed to Paris society. It was real and raw and entirely hers. Now, we stop being careful. She must have seen the desire in his face because she coloured, even in the moonlight. But she did not pull away. I have never, she started, then stopped. That is, I have no experience with, nor do I, not like this. He touched her hair, learning the texture of it. We will discover it together. Here? I have rooms nearby, but only if you wish it. I will not press you for anything you're not ready to give. Madeline looked around the practice hall, the space where she had built her life, maintained her disguise, held the world at bay through discipline and deception. Then she looked back at him. I have spent 10 years being careful, she said quietly. Perhaps it is time to be reckless. His rooms were spare, gentlemen's lodgings without pretension. Christophe lit candles with hands that shook slightly, aware of Madeline standing in the centre of his sitting room, still wearing the severe masculine clothing that had become her armour. I should tell you, she said suddenly, that I am afraid. He turned from the candles. Of me? Of this? Of wanting it? Of what happens after? The after is uncertain, but the now... He crossed to her, took her hands in his. The now is ours, whatever we make of it. She nodded, and he saw her gathering her courage like a blade being raised to guard. Then she reached up and began to unwind the linen that bound her chest flat. Let me, Christophe said gently. His fingers found the pins and clasps she had used to reshape herself, and one by one he removed them. The coat, the waistcoat, the careful binding beneath. Each layer revealed more of her, the shape she had disguised, the delicate skin that lived only in shadow. She stood before him finally in nothing but her shirt and breeches, and he could see the vulnerability in the way she held herself, prepared for rejection or disgust. Beautiful, he said simply. I am not. You are. He traced the line of her collarbone down to where her heart beat visibly beneath skin. You are everything. She pulled him down into a kiss that was deeper than before, more urgent. Her hands found the buttons of his coat, his waistcoat, working them free with fingers made clever by years of precise movement. His own hands learned the map of her, the sharp edge of shoulder blade, the dip of spine, the unexpected softness of breast against his palm. They made it to his bedroom through mutual momentum, shedding clothes like unnecessary armour. The bed was cool linen and moonlight, and when they fell into it together, Christoph felt something in his chest unlock that he had not known was closed. "Tell me what you want," he whispered against her neck. "I don't know. I've never allowed myself to." "Want?" "Then let me tell you what I want." He kissed the curve of her neck, her shoulder. "I want to understand you. I want to learn what brings you joy, what makes you tremble, what makes my name sound like something sacred on your lips." She gasped as his kisses travelled downward. Her hands tangled in his hair, holding him close. "Christoph." "Yes, like that." He took his time, mapping her with hands and mouth, learning the language of her body. She was responsive in ways she clearly had not expected, shocked by her own desire. When his hand slid between her thighs, she tensed. "I have you," he murmured. "You're safe with me." She relaxed incrementally, and when his fingers found the heat of her, she made a sound he would remember for the rest of his life, surprised and desperate and entirely his. "Please," she whispered, though whether she was asking him to stop or continue, he was not certain. He chose to continue, slowly, learning what rhythm made her breathing change, what pressure made her hips lift toward his hand. She came apart gradually, beautifully, her face transformed by something beyond pleasure, a kind of recognition, as though she were discovering a part of herself that had always existed but never been acknowledged. When she finally shattered, she cried out his name, and he held her through the aftershocks, feeling humbled and grateful and entirely undone. She pulled him up to kiss him, tasting her own pleasure on his lips. "I want to touch you," she said against his mouth. "You don't have to. I know. I want to." Her hands were clever and careful, learning him as he had learned her. When she wrapped her fingers around him, he groaned into her hair, overwhelmed by the sensation and by the knowledge of who was touching him, what it meant. "Show me," she said. "Show me how." He guided her hand, his own covering hers, finding a rhythm that made his vision blur. She watched his face with the same fierce attention she brought to everything, as though she were memorizing him. "Madeline," he gasped, "I'm going to—" "Yes," she said simply. "Let me see you." Pleasure overtook him with his face buried in her neck, her name on his lips, her hand still moving on him with careful, perfect pressure. Afterward they lay tangled together, breathing hard, the sheets twisted around them. Christoph pulled her close, her back to his chest, his face in her hair. "That was—" he started. "Yes," she agreed. "It was." They lay in silence for a long moment. Then Madeline said very quietly, "What happens now? Now we sleep. Tomorrow we plan. We find a way to build a life that can hold both of us. Is that even possible?" He tightened his arms around her. "I don't know, but I am willing to find out." She turned in his embrace, her grey eyes searching his in the darkness. "I am afraid I will wake and find this was a dream. Then I will be here to remind you it was real." She kissed him, soft and slow. "Thank you." "For what?" "For seeing me, for choosing me, for being reckless enough to believe this could work." "The recklessness is mutual," she smiled against his mouth. "Then we are well matched." "Yes," he agreed, "we are." Dawn crept softly through the windows, illuminating two figures nested close. Christoph woke first, careful not to disturb the woman sleeping against his shoulder. In sleep, Madeline's face was unguarded, young, the tension that she carried like armour fallen away. He studied her, the dark sweep of lashes against her cheek, the soft parting of lips, the way her hand curled against his chest. This was the person she had hidden from the world, protected behind layers of disguise and discipline. That she had chosen to reveal herself to him felt like a gift beyond measure. She stirred as the light strengthened, grey eyes opening to meet his. For a moment there was confusion, then memory, then something that might have been wonder. "You're still here," she said softly. "Where else would I be? I thought perhaps I had dreamed you. If so, we're sharing the same dream." She reached up to touch his face, fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "What do we do now?" "Now?" He caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. "Now we decide what we're willing to fight for." They rose and dressed, Madeleine in her masculine clothing, Christophe in his gentleman's attire. The transformation was jarring, a reminder that the intimacy of the night would have to be hidden in the harsh light of day. Over breakfast they made their plans. Christophe had some resources, money his father had left him that he had never touched. Madeleine had saved most of her teaching fees, knowing that her position was always precarious. "We could go to Italy," Christophe suggested. "I have cousins in Florence who have not seen me since I was a child. We could present ourselves as what? Man and wife, brother and sister, as what we are. Two people trying to build a life." Madeleine set down her cup. "You understand that even if we leave Paris, even if we find some place more tolerant, I cannot simply become what you need me to be. I cannot wake up one morning and be comfortable in skirts and silence. I am not asking you to. Then what are you asking?" "Nothing. I am offering a partnership, a life where you can be whoever you need to be, and I can be the person who stands beside you. People will talk. Let them. What can they say that is worse than what has already been whispered?" She looked at him for a long moment. "You're serious about this?" "Entirely. You would leave everything you know." "I would leave everything I am supposed to be, to become something better." Madeleine laughed, a sound edged with disbelief and hope. "You are either the bravest man I've ever met or the most foolish. I believe we've had this conversation before, and my answer remains the same. You are both." The decision, once made, became action. Christophe settled his affairs with ruthless efficiency, selling his lease, converting assets to portable wealth, writing letters to acquaintances that said nothing while implying his departure was for business interests abroad. Madeleine was more surgical. She had always known this day might come, had planned for it in the quiet hours when fear outweighed hope. Her students were referred to other masters, her weapons and equipment were sold or given away. The salle d'armes was vacated before the month's end. The only thing she kept was her blade, the rapier that had been her first, the one she'd used to teach herself the art that had become her freedom. "I will not leave this," she told Christophe. When he found her in the empty practice hall, the weapon laid across her knees. "It is the only thing that has never betrayed me." "Then we bring it," he said simply. "Whatever matters to you, we bring." They left Paris on a grey morning in late January, when the city was still sleeping off the excesses of the previous night. No farewell gatherings, no dramatic gestures. They simply departed, two travellers among hundreds, unremarkable and unremembered. The journey to Italy took 3 weeks, by coach, by horse, by foot when the roads became impassable with snow. They travelled as Monsieur Valmont and his companion, a young man of indeterminate origins who served as secretary and guard. The disguise was familiar to Madeleine, comfortable in its deception. But at night, in the inns where they stopped, Christophe would take down her hair and kiss the truth of her until she trembled. They made love quietly, urgently, claiming each other over and over as though repetition could make the impossible real. Florence welcomed them with spring flowers and indifferent curiosity. Christophe's cousins were less concerned with his companion's gender than with the possibility that Christophe might want to borrow money. When assured that this was not the case, they offered the loan of a small house in the hills above the city and left them to their own devices. The house was old, vine-covered, with a courtyard that caught the morning sun. Madeleine stood in the centre of it and turned slowly, taking in the walls, the sky, the space that might, possibly, become safety. "What do you think?" Christoph asked. "I think it is a beginning." They spent the first weeks making the house livable, learning the rhythms of the city, figuring out how to exist as something other than teacher and student, gentleman and secret. It was not always easy. Madeleine struggled with the enforced intimacy of shared space, with being known so completely that disguise became impossible. Christoph struggled with his own uselessness, a gentleman trained for nothing practical, trying to build a life with no framework to guide him. They argued, they learned, they compromised, and slowly, carefully, they began to build something that resembled a life. Christoph found work tutoring the children of English expatriates, teaching them French and swordsmanship. The irony was not lost on him. He who had learned to teach from Madeleine, now passing on her wisdom to privileged children who would never know the source. Madeleine was more circumspect. She taught privately, 1 or 2 students at a time, carefully vetted. Women, mostly, who wanted to learn to defend themselves and didn't ask too many questions about why a young man would be willing to teach them. One such student was a widow named Katerina, sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, who saw through Madeleine's disguise within 3 lessons. "I have not said anything," she told Madeleine over wine one evening, "because it is not my business. But you should know that Florence is full of people living as they must rather than as they are told. You're not as alone as you think." The words were a gift Madeleine had not known she needed. That night she told Christoph about the conversation, and he held her while she cried, not from fear but from the release of tension she had carried for so long that she had forgotten it was there. "You see," he murmured into her hair, "we can do this. We are doing this." "I know, it's just—" "Strange to believe it? Yes, I understand. I wake some mornings and think I have dreamed you, dreamed all of this." She pulled back to look at him. "And what do you do then?" "I reach for you, and you are real, and I remember that sometimes the impossible is simply the difficult disguised as the unattainable." She kissed him, long and deep. "You're becoming a philosopher. I am becoming happy. It is terrifying." "Good," she said. "We can be terrified together." Spring became summer. Summer faded into autumn. They built routines, morning coffee in the courtyard, evenings walking through the city streets, nights tangled together in the bed they had learned to share. There were still moments of fear. Word from Paris, carried by travellers, spoke of the investigation into Beaulieu's identity. The authorities had found the salle d'armes empty. The instructor vanished, but suspicion lingered like smoke. "Do you regret it?" Madeleine asked one night, after particularly disturbing news. "Leaving?" Christoph considered the question seriously. "I regret the necessity of it. I regret that the world is what it is. But choosing you, choosing this life, no, never. Even though we must still be careful. Even so, Madeleine, I spent 30 years being exactly what I was supposed to be. Perfect, presentable, empty. I am done with that. I would rather be imperfect and real with you than perfect and alone without you. You are not imperfect. I am deeply imperfect. I am reckless and impulsive, and I have thrown away a comfortable life for something uncertain and difficult." He pulled her close. "And I have never been happier." She tucked her head beneath his chin. "Nor have I. It frightens me sometimes, this happiness, as though it might be taken away. Then we will simply have to hold it tightly while we can." The proposal came in October, presented by Katerina over dinner. "There is a man," she said, "who wishes to open a school, not for young nobles learning to duel, but for practical defence. He needs instructors who understand that a blade is a tool, not a toy. I thought of you both." Christoph and Madeleine exchanged glances. "Both of us?" Christoph asked. "You think I have not noticed that you teach together?" That you move around each other as though you share one mind, Katerina smiled. My late husband was a swordsman. I know what partnership in the blade looks like. It would require revealing, Madeline started. Not necessarily. The school would welcome anyone willing to learn, regardless of sex or station. If you wish to teach as you are, a meaningful look at Madeline, you could. If you wish to maintain your disguise, that also would be acceptable. The choice would be yours. The offer hung between them, tempting and terrifying. May we consider it? Christophe asked. Of course, but do not wait too long. The world may be slow to change, but it does change, and opportunities like this do not come often. They discussed it late into the night, weighing freedom against exposure, possibility against fear. What do you want? Christophe asked finally. Madeline was quiet for a long time. I want to stop hiding, she said at last. I want to teach as myself, whoever that is. I want to wake in the morning and not spend the first hour constructing a mask, she looked at him. But I will not risk you for my freedom. Then risk us both for our shared freedom. Because I want the same things you do. I want a life where we can be ourselves together, without apology. It could all fall apart. It could. Or it could work. We will not know unless we try. Madeline took his hand. Then let us try. The school opened in the new year, in a converted warehouse near the Arno. The sign above the door read Accademia della, Lama, Academy of the Blade, and below it, in smaller letters, Instructors, Valmont and Beaulieu. They taught together, Christophe in his gentleman's attire, Madeline in whatever clothing suited the day, sometimes masculine, sometimes feminine, sometimes something in between. Their students were a mix of men and women, young and old, wealthy and poor. Some left when they realised the truth. Most stayed. Word spread, as it always did. But in Florence, among the expatriates and artists, and those who had come to the city specifically because it asked fewer questions than other places, the scandal never quite caught fire. Instead, what spread was reputation. The academy became known for producing students who understood the blade not as a symbol of status but as an extension of will, who fought with precision and intelligence rather than brute force, who carried themselves with a confidence that came from competence rather than privilege, and at the centre of it the two instructors, who moved around each other like dancers, who finished each other's sentences, who demonstrated techniques with a partnership that went beyond mere skill. People speculated, naturally, but speculation without confirmation is just noise, and Christophe and Madeline had learned to live in the space between truth and revelation. They did not flaunt their relationship, but neither did they hide it. They lived as they could, partners in work, partners in life, partners in the small domestic rituals that made a life worth living. On the anniversary of their first lesson, Christophe found Madeleine in the empty practice hall, running through forms in the early morning light. "May I join you?" he asked. She smiled and tossed him a practice blade. "Always." They moved through the familiar patterns, the dance they had been learning for over a year now, advance and retreat, attack and parry, the constant negotiation of space and distance and pressure. At the end, they stood facing each other, blades crossed at the guard, neither pressing for advantage. "To first blood?" Madeline asked, eyes bright with challenge. "No," Christophe said. "To happiness, to freedom, to us." He lowered his blade in salute. She returned the gesture, and they stood like that in the morning light. Two people who had risked everything for the chance to be themselves together. "Was it worth it?" Madeleine asked quietly. Christophe looked at her. This woman who had taught him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be vulnerable anyway. Who had shown him that love was not possession, but recognition. Who had transformed his life from something he endured into something he chose, daily, with full knowledge of its costs and its gifts. "Every moment," he said, "every single one." She crossed the distance between them and kissed him, there in the space where they had first begun to see each other truly. The kiss tasted like salt and morning and promise. When they broke apart, she took his hand. "Come, we have students in an hour and I want breakfast first. Practical as always. Someone has to be." They walked out together into the Florentine morning, hand in hand, no longer hiding. Behind them the practice hall waited, empty now, but soon to be filled with the sound of steel on steel, the scrape of boots on wood, the patient instruction that turned fear into competence and strangers into students. It was a small life, perhaps, measured against the grand ambitions of Paris society, but it was theirs, built with intention and protected with love, and that they had learned was enough, more than enough. It was everything. In the quiet moments, when the day's work was done, and they sat together watching the sun set over the Arno, Christophe would sometimes ask Madeleine what she was thinking. "That I am happy," she would reply, "and that I spent so long being afraid of exactly this." "Do you still fear it?" "Every day, but I have learned that fear is not a reason to stop. It is simply a companion on the journey. A wise philosophy. I learned it from someone who taught me that the blade is not the point. The point is what you choose to defend with it." "And what do you defend?" She would take his hand then, threading their fingers together. "This. Us. The life we have made from impossibility and stubbornness and love. A formidable defence. The only one worth maintaining." And in the gathering dark, with the city lights beginning to glow like earthbound stars, they would sit together. Two people who had learned that sometimes the bravest act is not to fight, but to choose vulnerability, to let down the armour and trust that what is revealed will be met with recognition rather than rejection, to love and be loved for exactly who you are. This was their promise, made once in darkness, renewed daily in light, and it held.